Welcome to my YouTube channel, Brainy Course. Please like and subscribe my channel. Your support is the foundation upon which we build captivating content. Thank you for subscribing and being part of our creative fortress.
Hi, everyone. This is Jeff Kroom. I'm a security architect and distinguished engineer with IBM. Been with IBM for 36 years, and most of that has been spent in the security space. I've been interested in this particular topic all the way back into high school, where I spent most of my afternoons in the lab doing hacking and trying to figure out how systems worked and how they would break and how you could defend against attacks and all of those kinds of things. So it's been a fascinating topic for me always, as long as I can remember, and I hope you'll find it to be so as well. So welcome to this course, and I hope you'll find it interesting. We're going to move on to the next slide, which refers to the challenge that we face currently in the cybersecurity space. And the challenges are significant. In fact, most of these challenges have been true for a long time, and I suspect will continue to be true for a long time moving forward, which is one of the things that makes this such an interesting space and such a good place to develop and spend your time developing skills in. So for instance, the threats continue to increase. That's been the case for as long as we've been interconnecting computers across the internet. The threats have continued to increase. There's no reason to think that that's going to change. There's an increasing incentive for the bad guys to try to hack. And why is that? Well, because more and more we're putting important information, valuable information, resources that have actual monetary worth on IT systems. So as the famous or infamous bank robber, Willie Sutton, was asked, why do you keep robbing banks? He said, because that's where the money is. Well, if Willie Sutton was robbing banks today, he'd probably be on IT systems and be a hacker, because that's where the money is. And it will continue to be the case. So the threats continue to increase. Systems gets more complex, which also increase the threat space and increase the size of the target that we place on these systems. The alerts that we get to continue to increase. In other words, the notifications that people are attacking and doing certain techniques using different types of attack vectors, that continues to change and morph. We have some general themes that continue, but the details of the attacks will continuously change. Unfortunately, those things are good for the bad guys. For the good guys, the number of analysts is down, and I'm talking. You see a statistic down at the bottom of this slide in particular that talks about a skills shortage that we're projecting that by the year 2022 there will be 1.8 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs. Now that's a lot. Some people will argue and say, well, that number's exaggerated, so let's cut it in half. Let's say it's roughly 1 million, just in terms of round numbers. That's still a huge number. That means if you have the job recs to go out and get the skilled people, there are simply not enough skilled people. And we can't create cybersecurity experts fast enough to meet that demand. Now, you may watch this course. This is being recorded at one point in time, so anytime you put statistics like this out there, there's always a risk that in the future, the odds are that the dynamics will be somewhat different. I suspect this is going to be a problem for us going forward. So we're going to need a lot more cybersecurity experts in the field to accomplish what we need to be able to accomplish. And they're going to need more and more knowledge. The knowledge that's required in order to deal with the more complex attacks continues to increase. And then, unfortunately, we have less and less time to work on these, because literally time is money when it comes to these attacks. The longer it takes you to respond, the more it will cost. The more data that gets leaked, the more damage that's done. And in some cases, when we're talking about compliance regulations like the Generalized Data Protection Regulation from Europe, GDPR, if you don't respond quickly enough and notify all the people that need to be notified of a breach, it will cost your company significant money as well in terms of fines. So all of those things taken together really come up to one inescapable conclusion, that we need more cybersecurity skilled individuals to help deal with the threat. And so what do these folks need to do on a regular basis? Well, if you're a SOC, by the way, is a Security Operations Center. So that's sort of the control center, the nerve center of where we receive the security information and event management information. That's the acronym you see there, SIM, that refers to bringing in all the alarms and security information into one place. So we need to be able to see those events on a console, see the incidents, which ones of them are important and which ones of them aren't. That's a huge part of the triage that goes on here. And in doing that triage, we have to decide, is this a real thing or not? If it is, then I need to do more investigation. If it's not, well, then I could move on. And maybe I want to classify it so that I don't waste time on those similar types of information and alarms that come in the future. So we're constantly wanting to tune this to our environment so that we don't waste time. We're productive with what we do. You want to be able to do the investigations. In some cases, that involves using all sorts of different security tools. You may have lots of different consoles, although we're more and more about trying to create an integrated whole so that we can bring in the information from the data layer, the operating system layer, the network layer, the application layer, the identity layer, bring all of those in an integrated way together. But in many cases, these indicators of compromise may occur on different systems, and we need to be able to bring them all together. So being able to be skilled at doing searches, doing investigations, having a curious mind that can go out and piece together all the different threads that we have into an integrated whole and start building a narrative around, okay, this happened and then that resulted in this, and then we had this happen, and now what we have is not a single incident, but we have a large malware campaign, for instance, that is affecting lots of systems. And the way we mitigate and orchestrate our response to that then will become the next skill that we really have to focus on. So first job is identifying the problem, then trying to discover the extent of that, the risk that's involved in it, for instance, how big of an impact does this have on the organization, and then ultimately, what kind of response do we do with this? Can we automate some of the response for the future? Is this something that we will have to deal as a one-off? Are there individuals that we need to notify to get response to this particular problem? Do we have to work with other partners whose systems may be connected to ours? Our ISP upstream, do we need to have them put blocks on the network to get rid of the bad stuff? Do we need to install new tools that can help us do mitigations in the future? So you can see there's a lot of different kinds of things, and I've only touched the tip of the iceberg. But again, I'll say to you, I think this is a fascinating area. It's one that is constantly moving. If you like a challenge, if you like hard problems, this is a good place to work. And I hope you find this information in this course useful.
As you just heard in Jeff's welcome to this course, skills in cybersecurity are in high demand. Companies, organizations, and government agencies around the world are finding it very difficult to hire the number of skilled cybersecurity professionals to meet their demand. Hi, I'm Terry Puckett, a content strategist and instructional designer here at IBM Security. I will be with you throughout your journey to help tie together the material you will need to master in order to be successful in today's cybersecurity marketplace. You will be hearing from IBM subject matter experts who have a global perspective on cybersecurity challenges facing analysts today. They will provide you with information to meet the learning objectives for each of the modules in this course. In Module 1, Kenneth Gonzalez, a penetration tester in Costa Rica from IBM's X-Force Red team, will start you off with a brief history of cybersecurity. John McLaughlin, an executive security architect focused on U.S. federal government projects, will further explain why cybersecurity has become such a challenge in today's world. Kristen Dahl, a security consultant with IBM X-Force, will talk about critical thinking, the first of many soft skills introduced in this program. Kristen's video is borrowed from a web seminar she presented to an IBM chapter of WESIS, Women in Cybersecurity. In fact, joining a cybersecurity organization is a great way to learn from like-minded people of all skill and experience levels. There is a link to WESIS and similar organizations noted throughout this course. So with that, let's get started.
In this video, you will learn to describe the NIST, or National Institute of Standards and Technology, definition of cybersecurity. Describe the CIA Triad and its components.
Information security. According to NIST, it is the protection of information systems from unauthorized activities in order to provide confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These three principles are known as the CIA Triad. The CIA Triad. Here we have three different principles. Confidentiality, which is similar or equivalent to privacy. For confidentiality, access to resources or data must be restricted to only authorized subjects or entities. Data encryption is a common method of ensuring confidentiality. Integrity, on the other hand, involves maintaining the consistency and accuracy of data over its entire life cycle. Data must not be changed in transit, for example, when it is sent over the internet or using a local area network. And steps must be taken to ensure that no one or an authorized person or subject makes any changes to our data. So it cannot be altered by unauthorized people. It is very common to use hash values for data integrity verification. Like, for example, when you download a new operating system from the internet, one of the first things to do once the download is ready is to compare the hash values that are provided by the author of the operating system and the hash value of the downloaded file. They must match to make sure that the integrity is accurate. Then we have availability. Ensuring availability requires maintenance and upgrading of hardware and software and operating system environments. So basically it is about keeping the business operations up and running. Firewalls, proxies, computers, everything has to be up and running 24/7, 365 days. Now, business continuity plans, disaster recovery, redundancy, all those are best practices considered for availability to guarantee that the business is always running.
In this video, you will learn to describe what these four key terms mean in the context of cybersecurity: vulnerability, threat, exploit, risk.
Section, we will review four key terms: vulnerability, threat, exploit, and risk. A vulnerability is a flaw, loophole, oversight, or error that can be exploited to violate system security policies. For example, a software or an application that has code vulnerable to a buffer overflow exploit. Threat is an event, natural or man-made, able to cause negative impact to an organization. It could be a storm or a hurricane or a hacker, for instance. An exploit is a defined way to breach the security of an IT system through a vulnerability. Like the buffer overflow example that I gave you before, an exploit could be a piece of code available on the internet to execute such attack against an application that happens to be vulnerable. And a risk is the probability of an event, or that an event could actually happen. In this case, the likelihood of a vulnerability to be exploited.
In this video, you will learn to describe the categories of human factor and natural factor security threats.
Continuing with the security threats, Now we have this specific tree that explains a bit more about different categories that we have for human factors and natural factors. Basically, we have internal factors and external threats. For the internal factors, we have former employees and current employees. This is very important because most of the attacks that are actually detected or that are critical for an organization come from internal factors like internal employees. Also, former employees are a threat because if they used to have access to internal resources. So if they are not properly offboarded and the accounts are not properly disabled, then they will represent a threat for the organization. They also have knowledge about how the organization works, how the internals are executed. So they certainly represent a huge factor. Then we have the external threats. We have malicious events, for instance, an attack coming from a specific country targeting one of our DMZ servers, hackers or crackers. These guys who try to exploit vulnerabilities, they try to find a way to get in, and viruses, trojans, or worms, which are just different attack vectors to compromise an organization. All these are human factors because they either interact with humans or they are developed by humans. For instance, a virus is developed by a hacker to take advantage of a specific user, but also a user in a not negative or harmful way get access to something that compromised the system with a virus. Also, we have the natural factors like lightning, hurricanes, tornado, tsunami. All those are important to consider, especially when we design business continuity plans and disaster recovery strategies.
In this video, you will learn to describe a vulnerability assessment and its components.
A vulnerability assessment is the process of identifying, analyzing, and ranking vulnerabilities in a specific environment. Basically, a tool is used, for instance, to analyze a specific asset, identify the associated vulnerabilities, and rank each vulnerability according to a specific criteria, whether the vulnerability can be exploitable in the wild, if it is a null vulnerability, and many other parameters can be considered. Now, there are 2 points to take into consideration. Many systems are shipped with known and unknown security holes and bugs, for instance. This is also associated with misconfigurations, like when you get a modem and this modem has for instance, the username and password admin. This could be considered a vulnerability, since a hacker from the internet or a threat actor could actually connect to the modem and use those user account or those credentials to access the modem and perform any malicious activity. So the vulnerability assessment tool will be able to detect that this modem has the default credentials and will flag that as a misconfiguration vulnerability, so the system admin can actually go ahead and make the necessary actions or take the necessary actions to fix the vulnerability. In this case, change the username and the password, or change the password to something more or stronger, so it will be more difficult to get access to the modem.
In this video, you will learn to Describe the various roles typical to a cybersecurity organization.
Roles in information security. Even though this is not the complete list of roles, because each organization may have specific roles for different information security areas. These are very common roles that you can find in large organizations, like the Chief Information Security Officer, which is a, we can say, fairly new role, introduced to make sure that there's a head and someone in charge of the information security division to supervise, manage, and be the leader of the information security tower. Now, then we have the information security architect, information security consultant specialist, information security analyst, security auditor, security software developer, the penetration tester, which is also known as a member of the red team, a vulnerability assessor. We also have the digital forensic analyst, who is part of a blue team, for instance. We also have the SEM, the engineer, the person who is familiar with different SEM technologies. So all these roles are very important, and if you notice, they already existed in the IT realm, but however, we are now adding the security portion to these roles to make them more specific and make sure that they are security oriented. So they make sure that they guarantee that the organization follows security best practices and standards. To mention a few of the roles, we have the Chief Information Security Officer. As mentioned before, this is a high-level management position. This is the head of the security department and staff. Okay, so this person is responsible for supervising the entire security department, and it's a very important role that in the past was not very common, but it is now very common to see this specific position or this specific role in organizations. Now, the information security analyst is more of a day-to-day analyst. This person is in charge of analyzing events, alerts, alarms, and any information that could be useful to identify any threats. So this person should be able to verify, for instance, or analyze events that are collected by a SEM, like I don't know, maybe Curator, ArcSight, Splunk, for instance. Be able to understand and investigate alerts from these specific SEM platforms, or any alarms related to, any health check of a specific device, anything that could actually lead to a potential threat. For instance, if an IPS is sending a threat alert to the SEM, an information security analyst should be able to go to the SEM, get the alert, investigate the events, and even go to the IPS to understand what exactly triggered it, and be able to follow up on that to a resolution. The information security auditor, on the other hand, is in charge of testing the effectiveness of computer information systems to make sure that they follow best practices, they follow standards, specific regulations like the ISO 27001 or 002, for instance, that they follow at least the best practices defined in those regulations, and that organizations are as protected as possible.
In this video, you will learn to describe how the movie War Games spurred U.S. President Ronald Reagan to create the first national policy on cybersecurity, Describe how 9/11 and the increasing use of computers and smartphones has impacted the need for robust cybersecurity.
So how this cybersecurity process start, how the governments involve or how they start into the cybersecurity arena. Everything starts with Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a United States president that also was a Hollywood actor, and he asked to their security personnel, to their security advisors, if something that he saw in a movie could be real. What movie? Let's take a quick look into the movie that Reagan saw, and he asked to their advisors.
We're in. It thinks I'm Falcon. Hello.
How can it ask you that?
It'll ask you whatever it's programmed to ask you. You want to hear it talk?
Yeah.
I'll ask it how it feels. I'm fine. How are you?
Excellent. It's been a long time. Can you explain the removal of your user account on June 23rd, 1973?
They must have told it he died. People sometimes make mistakes.
Yes, they do.
How can it talk?
It's not a real voice. This box just interprets signals from the computer and turns them into sound.
Shall we play a game?
Oh.
So that movie was War Games. It's a pretty old movie actually, but the main argument of the movie was that someone, actually that teenager, hacked into a computer into the Pentagon and start a game with the computer, the main computer of the Pentagon, the artificial intelligence that runs that computer understand that this is a war game, but it could or actually use the real missiles and the real nuclear arsenal. So a teenager from their home office, from their basement, hack into a computer into the Pentagon and take the ownership of the missiles from their home. So Ronald Reagan asked to their advisors, this could be real. This could be happening right now. So they start working on something. They actually work on the first policy for the cybersecurity field in the United States that it's called the National Policy of Telecommunication and Automated Information Systems Security, NSDD 155. Then we jump to the 9/11. As soon as the 9/11 happened, a lot of people into the U.S. government start asking, how can we avoid the next 9/11? How can we avoid the next cyber threat that will cause an interruption of, for example, the lighting system, power plants, energy system on the United States field? And the last part of this history class is the use of technology. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, nobody has a computer in the house. Right now, everyone has at least a computer and at least one cell phone, one smartphone on their house. So there is a lot of people, there is a lot of technology over there, and there is a lot of information that could be shared, could be stolen, and could be compromised using that technology.
In this video, you will learn to describe the second major factor that contributed to the rise of cybersecurity attention in the U.S.
The next step, or the next big thing that happens that changed almost everything for the last 20 years was the 9/11. The 9/11 obviously was something physical, was a couple of planes that crashed into the Twin Towers in New York. But one of the things that the U.S. government tried to understand also was, first of all, how this could happen, how the coordination between different parts happens, and what happened if there is a 9/11, but not necessarily on the physical world, but on the technology. Something like the destruction of the power plant, or the destruction of the electricity network, or the power network into, or in any major or important city. And one of the important things to keep an eye on right now, it's the use of technology for almost anyone. So basically anyone right now has a cell phone. Anyone can access data. Anyone can upload and download data from the internet. And we are going to talk about this specific topic in a couple of minutes. But that's something all important to understand. We have access to the technology. In those years, in the Reagan years, not everybody has access to that technology, but right now, anyone could actually start an attack using their cell phone, using their computer in their home. So that's something important also to understand, the use of technology. Here we have some nice early operations regarding cybersecurity in the nation states, or a cyber war to be specific. One nice operation was the Clippership operation developed by the NSA. And in simple words, this operation was something that those guys in the NSA tried to incorporate, like a chip into any landline for phones in most of the U.S. Homes, to try to spy their communications. Obviously, that operation didn't go well, didn't receive any approval from the Congress. But since the last leaks from Edward Snowden, we already know that, well, it's not Clippership, the operation that goes into operation. It was something different that catch not just communications over the landlines, but also communications over emails and over other communication methods. Moonlight Maze was an operation, actually, that's pretty important to understand. In the year 2000, Newsweek report created a series of reports regarding the Moon Maze story. In simple words, this Moon Maze operation was the process to collect or dump passwords from Unix and Linux servers, not just from the NSA, but also from the NASA, the Department of Defense, and a couple of other organizations in the United States. This operation was one of the first things that happened on the cybersecurity warfare arena, because, well, at this moment, there is no indicator, or there is no real accusation for a nation or for someone in another country that performed this attack. But it's supposed to be the Russians that performed this operation. And the tool that they used to launch this attack was something called Lucky 2. And one particular thing that happened with this operation is the attackers use a lot of proxies. So they infect computers around the world, especially in the United States, and they hide their real connection using those computers. So when they start, when the U.S. government start looking and monitoring the unauthorized access and the activities on those networks, on the NSA, on the NASA, on the Department of Defense networks, they collect information not from the real attackers. They collect information from the proxies that the attackers are actually using. Another operation, the Solar Sunrise. This operation is important. But this operation has one interesting component here. First of all, this operation was a series of attacks to the Department of Defense computer networks. It launched on February of '98, and essentially they exploit a known vulnerability on one operative system on the network of the Department of Defense, and they start the attack following a series of steps. Actually, that's part of the interesting part of the operation. They try to determine or understand if the vulnerability that the attacker wants to exploit exists on the network. If the vulnerability exists, they exploit the vulnerability. They implant in a program like a backdoor or a sniffer to gather data or to get information from the network, and they actually leave the system, leave the backdoor and the sniffer there, and return later to retrieve the collated data. The attackers launch not just this attack for the Department of Defense network, but also for the Air Force, Navy, the Marine Corps, and also for in other countries such as Israel, France, Germany, and they target some of the key parts of the network. They try to dump also passwords and documents from the technological or from the infrastructure on the infrastructure on the networks that they attack. But the interesting part here is who launched this attack. It was something, I don't know, maybe the terrorists, maybe a rogue state such as Iraq or something like that. Well, no. Actually, the attack was launched by two teenagers from California, and actually one of the teenagers was from Israel. So this is a good example of things that could happen even if we are not dealing with the nation-state cyber command, and what things could happen if we do not secure our network. And the Bushot Yankee was categorized as the most significant breach of the U.S. military computers ever by the Secretary of Defense William J. Lynn. And this operation was part of a series of compromises on the year 2008, and then everything starts with a USB drive inserted into a computer in the Middle East military-based operation. They use a Trojan called Agent BTC, and the Trojan, the worm, keep or stay on the network for 14 months until the IT security staff from the military clean the infection. No one at this moment has attributed the attack. It seems like it's from China, but there is no real accusation right now on the courts. So that's one important and major security breach and security operation or cyber warfare operation from the last 10 to 15 years. Then we have some other examples. Desert Storm operation on the early 90s and the Bosnia War. Those two are actually wars, are not necessarily cyber wars, but there is a component for the cyber war there. For example, on the Desert Storm, some of the radars that Saddam Hussein used to try to alert their military forces that airplanes are coming to destroy bases or things like that, some of the radars are destroyed or are tampered with fake information. So that's one of the things that the U.S. military command used to successfully attack some of the key military buildings or Saddam Hussein. And from Bosnia, there was a lot of cyber operations, but things like, for example, fake news, fake information delivered to militaries in the field, things like that was used in Bosnia.
In this video, you will learn to describe how cyber vulnerabilities after 9/11 have been weaponized by governments and exploited by criminals, and how rapidly the problem is growing as our reliance on the digital world continues to increase.
A couple of other things, especially for the 9/11, the important part here to understand is the new Freedom Act was the key part to start the mass surveillance programs that Edward Snowden revealed a couple of years ago. And this fact, this attack, the 9/11, was the cornerstone to start the new cyber war, the new cyber arena war. That, for example, we're not going to talk a lot about that, but there is an attack called, or a virus actually called the Stuxnet, that was delivered into the Iran nuclear plants, and that process, that virus, that Trojan, was created supposedly by United States and Israel into, or using one operation called Olympic Games. But that kind of things happen because 9/11, because United States or the U.S. government wants to not just understand what is happening into the cyber world, but also prevent and try to stop wars in the real world, doing things on the cyber first. So that's the Stuxnet was an example of that. Here are some numbers. I think that it's important to understand cybersecurity numbers. Here is 2017 numbers. Obviously, since we have the report for 2017, the numbers that we have on that report are from 2016, sorry. So basically, we have a lot of software vulnerabilities. We have things like, for example, cross-site scripting. We have SQL injections. We have local file privilege, or we have privilege escalations on software. We have local and remote file uploads that goes or try to create access or backdoors into the systems. So year by year, we have an exponential increase of that software vulnerabilities. Even if companies try harder to fix those vulnerabilities, detect and correct those vulnerabilities, we have a lot of vulnerabilities in software. Actually, we are going to see a couple of new slides on the new Export Threat Intelligence Index report that we have for this year. Also, some numbers. Those numbers came from Forbes, and a study that Forbes developed on the year 2016. For cyber attacks, we have almost 400 billions of losses on yearly basis around the globe. So between the denial of service, between data leak, between nation-state attacks, there is a lot of money lost in cyber attacks. The cybercrime is a 100 billion business only in the United States. There is a lot of money on the cyber war, and the cybercrime is trying to take advantage of the use of or not use of protections for the users that actually goes into the internet and tries or buys things or perform things on their computers. And data lost, 2.1 billions on this year. That's the projection that Forbes generate on 2016. And for the Export Threat Intelligence Index, here is a link to download the latest report. But let's take a look into the report. Let's take a look into the first report for this year. Let's go to page number 16. This report is actually pretty good, so I recommend it. I recommend this report for actually everybody that wants to understand the current cybersecurity status of the year or quarter or something. So first of all, we have the most frequently targeted industries in 2018. Obviously, we have finance and insurance. Why? Obviously, because there is a lot of money there. There is a lot of people that not necessarily protect their accounts or their systems into the financial and insurance world. But there is a couple of other interesting industries also. For example, the healthcare. We have 6% of the targets was healthcare institutions in 2018. We have energy. That's something important because with Ukraine, in a couple of minutes, we are going to talk about one example in Ukraine. But there is a lot of malware, a lot of tools that hackers use to target energy industries or energy infrastructure. So that's something important. Let's go to page number 23. On 23, we are going to see the same numbers that we saw regarding vulnerabilities over the year, but with the update for 2018. So we have a pretty huge increase in the number of vulnerabilities, and that's something obvious because normally when in the past we use a couple of systems. We don't actually use, for example, 15 years ago we don't use Twitter, we don't use Instagram, we don't use web application, we don't use mobile applications, but now we use a lot. We have a lot of information, we have a lot of systems, a lot of platforms on our smartphones. So if we have a software, if we have an application in our smartphone, in our computer, there is a chance that that application, that software may came with a lot of vulnerabilities. Not necessarily discover vulnerabilities or things that the attackers already know, but there is a big chance that those applications came with a lot of bugs and a lot of things to be worried about. And the last one on page 28, we have the malicious domain categorized blocked by Quad 9. A lot of URLs that are blocked right now in our systems, in our infrastructure, and our UTMs or firewalls are related to spam. So we have a 77% of URLs are spam, but there are also a lot of cybercrime, a lot of computer crime and hacking, 88%. Then we have 5% for malware and phishing, and 4% for botnet command and control servers. We are going to talk about each of those topics in the following videos on this course. So on that, there is a lot of information on this report. I highly recommend that you download and read the report. Almost 35 page of report. So that's good information. That's something important to understand.
In this video, you will learn to describe why comprehensive cybersecurity architecture can be very complex to implement in reality.
So let's talk now about how the internet works and why the online security is so hard to implement and to maintain. First, it's important to understand what is the current picture that we are having on our online presence. This is a report, summary actually of the report presented by Domo on 2018. And here we could see that there is almost, for example, nearly 25,000 GIF are sent on Facebook Messenger. That's a curious fact. Actually, there is a lot of tweets, almost 423,000 tweets are sent on Twitter, and 4.2 million or videos are viewed on Snapchat. Why those numbers are important? These numbers represents that everyone that has a smartphone, that has a computer, are on the internet, are sending and receiving information from not just web servers, but from another people in the internet. So those numbers, the interesting part here is those numbers are minute numbers. So every minute, 4.2 million of videos are seen on the Snapchat. Every minute, 25,000 GIF are sent into Facebook. So there is a lot of data. There is a lot of information that we are using, and we are dealing with internet right now. Quick example, and something that it's a nice exercise to perform. The TOM, it's an organization that collects and understand data around the world. They try to analyze data using big data technologies and artificial intelligence and things like that. They put together a site where you can calculate how much or what is the cost of your information over the internet. For example, with a couple of clicks, saying, for example, that you have a Facebook page, that you normally send tweets, that you receive, or you have a personal blog on WordPress or something like that, we can estimate that the information that you already have on the internet costs almost $1,000. So that's something important, because normally we didn't or we don't actually pay attention to the information that we share or we have on the internet, and that's one of the things that we need to understand in order to implement controls on our accounts. We're going to talk about authentication. We're going to talk about identification and the methods that we could use to protect our information, not just on the business side, but also in our personal digital life. So that's something important. We need to understand the amount of money that we are putting into in the table for the attackers, for the cybercrime to exploit, to capture. Now, what is so difficult? What is so difficult to implement, to understand, and to keep track of internet security or internet privacy on these days? Well, first of all, we need to care about data protection, and that's something important. But in the past, if we want to protect the data, we protect the server, we protect the computer, we protect our printed documents into and lock them into a box or something like that. Right now, we actually need to protect not just the computer. We need to protect our tablet. We need to protect our smartphone. We need to protect our smartwatch. We have a lot of devices, and those devices carry the information that we share, that we care, and the paradigm must be changed. We don't need to protect right now the asset. We need to protect the data on the asset. The asset is something important also, but we should care about the data. We shouldn't care about the asset. Then we have mobile technology. There is a lot of mobile right now. We have 4G networks that practically that mimics the speeds, or actually is improve the speed of Wi-Fi in some businesses or houses. And we have cell phones. We have actually most of the people right now are using their cell phones, their tablets, and try to replace their computers with that. And again, we need to protect the devices, but we need to protect the confidential data on that device. We need to be sure that that devices are secure with authentication methods that will increase or will have enough controls, enough control mechanisms to protect the data that a mobile device is carry on. We're dealing now with global businesses. We are not dealing with a single office or the single headquarter in one city, and that's all. We are dealing with a lot of offices and a lot of places in the world. So we need to protect each of those buildings, each of those businesses, the communication between those businesses, those offices, the data transportation between those enterprises and those offices from the same company should be protected, and that's difficult. We need to understand not just the technical stuff, but also the administrative stuff. For example, policies in countries, compliance in countries, things like that are difficult to keep track on. And last, we have multiple vendors. In the past, we deal with, for example, Lenovo. We deal with Dell, with Asus to buy computers, buy servers, and that's it. Then we have providers or vendors that will give us routers, network equipment, things like that. And then we have our ISP to give us internet access. But right now we're dealing not just with one vendor, we're dealing with multiple vendors on computers. It's something common that we go into any office and we see not just PCs but also Macs. We see computers with Windows but also with Linux. So there is a lot of vendors there. We are dealing right now with cloud computing. Cloud computing is a key part of the expansion of the technology, but also there is a lot of vendors, there is a lot of technology there, and we need to understand those technologies in order to protect the infrastructure that we are implementing or we are having on our companies, on our personal life.
In this video, you will learn to describe what considerations must be taken into account to start a cybersecurity program.
An approach where we could start on the cybersecurity arena. So first of all, we need to have a security program. We need to evaluate, we need to identify, we need to understand the risk, the threats that we are dealing with. We need to assess, monitor, and control those risks and those threats. Then we have to manage the assets. And by assets, I don't mean the computer that you have in front of, or your cell phone, or your share, but I mean documents, I mean systems. Each document that you have on your computer should be an asset. It should be managed with classification, with controls, with confidentiality, with integrity, with availability. Those terms will be, we will explore those terms in a couple of minutes in the next videos. Then we need to implement not just technical controls, for example, network infrastructure, servers, protection endpoints, vulnerability management, UTMs, firewalls, but also we need to implement administrative controls, for example, policies, procedures, incident response teams, disaster recovery procedures, compliance, and physical security also it's important. So here is just a quick example of the things that we need to implement in our company, in our digital life, but there is a lot of things that we need to implement also. So we are going to explore those in next videos.
In this video, you will learn to describe who are the primary actors in cybercrime and what are the motives of each.
So, what is security? Within the principles of security, you frequently will hear about CIA, and that talks about confidentiality, integrity, and authentication. So it's actually a little wider than that, right? So confidentiality is a major principle. And this is where only the sender and the receiver can understand the message. So if it is intercepted midway, we'll take a look at some diagrams with that those interceptors will not be able to understand the message. So fundamentally, the sender, which would be Bob, right, in the literature, sends the encrypted message, and Alice, on the other end, receives and decrypts the message. Associated with this is authentication, where the two senders, Alice and Bob, in our example, need to confirm the identity of each other before sending a message. Equally important for authentication is integrity, that the sender and receiver, Alice and Bob, want to have some assurances that the message has not been changed, right? Whether this is going to be in transit or whether it's going to be in some intermediate stage on the receiver's end. Most importantly, has it been changed? And they want to be able to ascertain if it's been changed without detection. We will look at several mechanisms for that to happen. Last is the access and availability, right? So that the security services, the IT services that are available in the enterprise have the correct access control mechanisms in place and also have significant availability to allow the enterprise to operate according to spec. I am a big fan of Sun Tzu. The art of war teaches us not to rely on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but our own readiness to receive him. Not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. So this speaks to that principle of, well, it couldn't happen to me. Largely, you need to be ready. A follow-on to this, the combination of space, time, and strength that must be considered as the basic elements of this theory of defense makes this a fairly complicated matter. Consequently, it's not easy to find a fixed point of departure, right? So security is a complex field that's dynamic and changing. Before we jump into the dynamics and the interaction with cryptography, let's take a look at the playing field so that we can get the lexicon, the terms defined, and the actors. Well, so Alice, Bob, and Trudy, you see this throughout cryptography literature. And so it's A, B, and T are the actors, but back in the 60s, in a few papers, these were given names, Alice, Bob, and Trudy, and they continue today. So Bob and Alice, right, want to communicate securely. It can be for any reason, a personal reason or a business reason. Trudy, who is the interceptor, desires to intercept, delete, add messages, change messages, effectively a bad actor. So we take a look at the diagram here on slide 7, and we see Alice on the right-hand side, and Alice has some data. This could be an email, it could be a note, it could be a web page, a number of elements with that. And she secures this message, moving from clear text to ciphertext, transmits it across a channel. Now the channel can be any form of transmission that we can consider. So certainly email, direct transfer, file transfer protocol. It could be a text message these days. Back in the Napoleonic period, this would be a letter that a young naval midshipman may carry between Whitehall and other parts of London. So the channel, right, is the transmission mechanism, and within the channel is the data. This is the payload, right? Control messages. Who is it going to? How long is it good for? What's the address of the recipient, Bob in this case? You know, obviously in the internet world, we look at IP addresses, we look at MAC addresses. In the manual world, we think about the Napoleonic era when British intelligence started its ascendancy. This would be a name and a physical mailing address. So physical mailing addresses are manual interpretations of control messages. So Bob receives the message, decodes it, and has the clear text that Alice had sent to him. Trudy has the ability to intercept these messages on the channel, but because of the secure nature of the encryption, the protection for that, cannot read, delete, or alter those messages. So, who could Bob and Alice be? Well, they could be Bob and Alice. There's no reason that it's not real people. But that also could be a client-server relationship, right? Client servers in banking elements, DNS servers communicating with clients during the IP lease phase. Certainly network routers, right? Exchanging and information with other routers and updating tables. And there, there's other examples such as firewalls communicating with security intelligence systems communicating with database protection. So we have a sender and a receiver, many instantiations of that. So on our next slide, we're on 9 right now, the NIST group from the U.S. government, right, has a very vibrant computer security practice, and they have a definition for computer security that's been provided. The protection afforded to an automated information system in order to attain the applicable objectives of preserving the integrity, availability, and confidentiality of information system resources. It includes hardware, software, firmware, information, data, and telecommunications. So, taking a look in reverse order, right, the scope of computer security is the OSI protocol stack that starts with applications on the top, moves down to the presentation and the session, down through the transport layers, down into the physical layers. All of those are within scope of computer security. And you'll notice that it says the protection provided to an automated information system. So this is protection for not only the platforms, the host software, but the information that these systems are processing.
In this video, you will learn to describe why comprehensive cybersecurity architecture can be very complex to implement in reality. Translation of simple business requirements into technical specifications and deployment decisions can be very difficult. The protection mechanism itself is subject to attack. Protectors have to be right all the time. Attackers only have to be right once.
An additional challenge to the security ecosphere has to do with the complexity of the solutions. So the first point about security not as simple as it seems is a huge understatement. Our customers frequently have very simple requirements. For example, one requirement might be that all users will authenticate to the enterprise. Sounds easy enough, but when we start looking at the implementation and the engineering behind a comprehensive access control system with role-based access control, or perhaps attribute-based access control, and privileged users and archiving, right, the solution gets very complicated, even though it's got a very simple high-level requirement. You see this all the time. It is part of the security professional's job description to take these somewhat simple requirements and being able to decompose them into accomplishable or achievable modules for that. An additional complexity for a security architecture is the fact that the solution itself can be attacked. There's the principle of the security enforcement point, or SEP. The security enforcement point is a technical implementation of a business policy. For example, as we were just talking about access control, is that the business security requirement is all users will sign on to the system. The technical implementation of that might be for strong authentication, right? Something you know, something you have. The tracking of privileged or system administrators, right? Somebody can change a security policy. So we have technologies, we have software, and we have hardware, we have firmware that implements or delivers the technical solution to these business security requirements. That's the definition of the security enforcement point. Well, if the salient point is that the adversaries, the attackers, know that to get to the information that they're after, that they need to defeat the protection mechanisms. They need to breach the moat, scale the wall, break the gate, right? So these enforcement structures are just as much a target as the actual data itself. It's a level of complexity that's not found in other technical disciplines, and one that we very much need to be aware of within the security world. And as we pointed out, the protection of this security enforcement structure not can but will complicate the solutions, because you've got this additional layer of protection in terms of protecting the protection mechanisms. Some additional challenges that face the security professional has to do with our security architecture decisions, right? So we talk about logical architectures that describe more what we're doing as opposed to how we're doing it, right? And so then we start getting into the topology of this, of where these enforcement mechanisms will be placed within the architecture. You know, for example, generally we want access control technologies closer to the perimeter, closer to the DMZ. However, some net flow sensors may be more towards the center of the enterprise. So there's some architectural decisions, there's trade space studies, there's trade-offs, there's risks and benefits for these decisions, and it takes a seasoned architect to be able to help define where these deployment decisions will place these technologies. Second point, we talk about key management being very difficult. So when we talk about key management, we're talking about cryptographic keys. You remember the earlier diagram with Alice and Bob, and that Alice would encrypt or protect her message before putting it onto the transmission channel. A cryptographic system uses a key, and there's a corresponding key in Bob's domain for him to decrypt that message. So the key management of the creation of those keys and the distribution of those keys, which we will look at a little later, is a very complicated solution. So something to keep aware of with that. Then there's this larger principle that we as the defenders have to be right all of the time. So the dynamic attacks that are out there that change every day, every week, right? The security architecture needs to be flexible enough to be able to protect against those attacks 100% of the time. So people, places, things, time, and money, all of which are in play in terms of having a dynamic security architecture that protects the information, protects the enforcement points against these constantly changing elements. And they have to be right all of the time. You know, a security architecture that protects 90% of the time is not going to be well embraced by any business. However, the attackers really only need to be right once in order to succeed. So you see the disparity, the imbalance, the disproportionality of success between attackers and protectors. The business line generally considers security a necessary evil. There's a principle about the seatbelt philosophy. A seatbelt costs about $200 to put into a vehicle, but that 1/2 second before a serious automobile accident, that seatbelt is worth more than $1 million. Security constructs are exactly the same thing. The business lines frequently considered to be security in the way. It is incumbent upon us as security professionals to ensure that the security constructs are actually enablers, right? That we make it easier to conduct business in a complex world. Our last set of challenges, and of course these are fairly high level, but can be decomposed into additional challenges. Talk about the constant effort, the afterthought for security, and that security is frequently viewed as a obstacle. So somewhat in reverse order, that the business lines within a enterprise frequently view security as an obstacle, as a barrier. This is something that is a necessary evil, and we need to operate, and just do our best to get. And that encourages, by the way, people to try to do end runs around security. Security professionals' responsibility is to make security an enabler. Right, so make it a positive value. This helps us do business in a very complex and very threatening world. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. So why is security sometimes viewed as an obstacle? Is the fact that it's not integrated early into the life cycle, the development life cycle or system life cycle development for the project. So we look at life cycle models such as our RUP model or iterative engineering, and you don't see security in the functional definition. So the security professional needs to convince the project leaders that this is the least expensive way to integrate security into the approaches to be included earlier. So that way you'll have application developers, infrastructure, our security people there, test engineers, QA. All of those have a place early in the table. The top point about security architectures requiring constant effort speaks to the dynamic nature of our attacks, that the adversaries are constantly introducing new attack profiles, new vulnerabilities are released from our software manufacturers that are turned into exploits. Just the war changes, and it changes every week. So constantly, our defense mechanisms, our security architectures also need to be very mobile, very agile to adapt and to change to these changing attacks. Otherwise, we'll be very much like we were back in the 1990s with very static castle, moat, drawbridge type of security architectures.
In this video, you will learn to describe the foundations of critical thinking and why it is an essential skill for any career in cybersecurity.
So a little bit of background, my name is Kristen Dahl. I'm an intelligence developer with X-Force Iris. I've been with IBM for about 9 months now, and prior to that I was a research staff at MIT Lincoln Laboratory. This talk, Beyond Technology, this was a talk that I put together a few months back for a conference here in Boston called Day of Security. It's a conference geared toward women in cybersecurity. And what I wanted to do, and this is geared toward women who are early on in their career, and what I wanted to do was highlight critical thinking as an important part of cybersecurity. So often when we think of cybersecurity, our immediate thought is it's a very technical field. We think our thoughts automatically go to operating systems, networking, very technical things. And I think that our minds, our ability to think through problems and think critically through problems is often overlooked. And so that's what I'm trying to present with this talk. So what is critical thinking? It's one of those things that doesn't have a hard and fast definition. Everybody's got their own definition of what is critical thinking. And I went through, I did some research, and I found a few definitions, and then I made up my own that I liked, that I put at the bottom. And so for the purposes of this discussion, critical thinking is controlled, purposeful thinking directed toward a goal. It's different than daydreaming. It's different than thinking about what you had for breakfast or your to-do list. It's very controlled, purposeful thinking. And again, my goal with this presentation is to present the basic foundations of critical thinking, and also to highlight this as an essential skill for any career in the cybersecurity domain, whether you're in finance, whether you're in HR, whether you're legal, whether you have a technical role. I think you'll take something away from this, and these skills will apply, regardless of your role or the project that you're on. So why in cybersecurity? Why am I focusing on critical thinking specifically in cybersecurity? Besides the fact that I work in cybersecurity, there's a number of characteristics of the domain that I think lend itself to this kind of discussion. And one is that it's a constantly changing environment. It's very fast-paced. We've got different technology that's changing every day. There's multiple stakeholders that come from a variety of backgrounds, whether that's economic, legal, HR, and we've also got an adversary. There's an adversary presence in there. So it's very multifaceted. It's a new field too. It's a relatively new field, and we don't have all the answers. We don't have cyber figured out. And so critical thinking skills, these force us to think and act in situations where there are no clear answers and where there are no specific procedures in place. And this is part art, part science. There's no defined way to do this. It's subjective, it's impossible to measure, but I think it's still important that we talk about it and have these discussions. And one other point I like to bring up a lot is that we live in this age of Google it, where often our knee-jerk reaction when we're faced with a problem is to use Google. Is to enter our question into our search box, and the internet tells us the answer. And that's different from the situation in which we had to rely on books and libraries and slower research methods to answer our questions. Information was not as widely available. And so this wealth of information isn't always good. More data doesn't always equal more knowledge, and it can quickly start to overwhelm our reasoning abilities. And because of this, critical thinking is more important now than ever. The ability to discern important information from a vast sea of information and make educated, intelligent decisions.
In this video, you will learn to describe why the rapidly changing technology and tools of cybersecurity make critical thinking skills essential. Describe the critical thinking model as the intersection of critical thinking characteristics, technical skills, interpersonal skills, theoretical and experimental knowledge, and intellectual skills.
I like to start off with a thought experiment that kind of shines a spotlight on what I mean by critical thinking. So let's thought experiment. Pretend that you are an office manager in a high-rise building downtown, and you've got multiple tenants. You've got retail, apartments, office space, and you've been getting a lot of complaints that the elevators are slow. You're getting emails, you're getting phone calls. People are upset. The elevators are too slow, and they're threatening to break their lease. And you don't want that. You don't want people to break their leases. So what do? How do you solve this problem? Now, there's a number of different approaches. You could, replace the lift. You could take a software approach and update the lift algorithm. You could tell them to take the stairs. You could install more elevators. You could do nothing. There's a number of different approaches and solutions to this problem. And I want you to be thinking about this over the course of this discussion, over the course of this presentation, because we're going to come back to it. But think about how you would solve this problem, and think about how you came to that conclusion. And then, again, we'll come back to that at the end of this discussion. So with that, let's get into it. Now, when we think about skills, the sought-after skills in cybersecurity, we immediately go to the technical skills. Now, these are, I did an informal survey of, some big tech companies, what they were hiring for in cybersecurity. And I looked at IBM, I looked at Microsoft, Facebook, Google, the big tech companies. And, I saw a lot of, what really jumped out at me were these technical job skills. So operating systems, intrusion detection, reverse engineering, all very important. And with that comes a slew of supporting tools to help support these activities. So, whether that's Wireshark or Splunk or, a number of different, database tools to help support these activities. Now you've got a conundrum where you've got hundreds and hundreds of tools that are, updated regularly. Everybody's got a favorite. They have got different data formats. They don't always play nice. This can be messy to deal with. It can also be impossible to keep up with. It's impossible to become proficient in all these tools. And so this is what I mean when I say, this common misconception is keeping up with these latest technical tools and trends is the key to success. But the reality is that they're always going to be changing. The technology is constantly changing. Our adversary is always changing. But the good news is that the security and design fundamentals change slowly. TCP, IP, operating systems, kernel fundamentals, those change slowly. And so critical thinking, combining these critical thinking skills with an understanding of security fundamentals will allow us to identify solutions to unknown, undefined, complex problems, situations, regardless of technology, regardless of the tool that we have in front of us. So I did some more, thinking about critical thinking, and I was wondering, what differentiates, somebody, a good critical thinker from a not so good critical thinker? What are the characteristics that enable critical thinking? And I did some research. I really couldn't find anything that was specific to cybersecurity, but where this has been studied a lot is in healthcare. So, if you think about healthcare, you think about an emergency room. You've got doctors and nurses who are in a high stress situation. They have to make sometimes life-saving decisions, in just a matter of minutes, just based on incomplete data. And so, the ability to think critically, to pull together a decision, an intelligent decision in just that short amount of time is very important. And so critical thinking has been studied a lot in this field. And so this model on the slide was actually pulled from a healthcare textbook. I really like this model, and I think these same principles still apply to cybersecurity. And so I'll just briefly walk us through each of these characteristics. So at the top, in that top circle, are your critical thinking characteristics, your attitudes and behaviors as a person. This is your personality, your outlook on the world, how you approach problems. It's going to be, a product of your upbringing, your life experiences, your job experiences. It's going to be different for each of us. And that's good. That's good, because this is a field where we want that diversity. We want that diversity of perception. If there's one thing that I've seen in my career, that I've seen in cybersecurity in particular, is that the most successful people are often the most curious. They're the most curious about the world. They've got a constant hunger to keep learning, to keep growing, to solve problems, to, if they're on a threat hunt or they're doing some kind of investigative work, they've got this intrinsic desire to get to the answer, to, find a solution. And so just that curiosity will take you far. Going clockwise, the next characteristic is your theoretical and experiential knowledge. So now this is like the fundamental knowledge that you pick up, maybe in school about how operating systems work, your experience, your knowledge that comes from, on the job, the different projects that you've been on, what you've learned from those projects, your intellectual skills. That's what that circle represents. Moving on, your interpersonal skills. How well do you interact with other people? To what degree are you interacting with your coworkers, with your peers? Are you asking questions? Are you offering, your own input? Because cybersecurity is not a solo profession. I rely on my colleagues every single day. Whether we're sharing information or I've got questions or need help, I'm relying on other researchers that are out, within the company, that are out external to IBM, maybe that are in a different domain. So how well can you work together with others and share information? And then last is the technical skills and competencies. So these are, your ability to use Wireshark, your ability to triage, maybe Suricata alerts. These are the technical skills and competencies that were outlined on that skill slide. Intrusion detection, reverse engineering. That's what these skills are. And in this model, their overlap represents, a person's critical thinking ability.
In this video, you will learn to describe the 5 key skills of critical thinking, challenge assumptions, consider alternatives, evaluate data, identify key drivers, understand context.
5 skills. So now, how do you, practice these skills? How do you actually apply these in your everyday life, on your job? How can you grow these and become a better critical thinker? And so these skills, these are not my skills. These came from a woman that I worked with at a previous job firm. And these 5 skills came out of her time, studying psychology and studying, how humans, make decisions. And so for each of these skills, on the next slide, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each of the skills, explain, what they mean, provide some additional work that examines, how can that be applied to cybersecurity, and how can you actually exercise this. So we'll start with challenging our assumptions. This sounds easy, but it's hard in practice. It requires questioning your mental model, questioning the mental model that underlies your reasoning. How do you do that? Because assumptions, oftentimes we're not even aware that we're making them. They're based on, our past experiences, thoughts and evidence, our personality. So oftentimes we don't even know that we're making an assumption. What I found is that it's very useful to bring in other perspectives, to talk to other people and start brainstorming and listing out your assumptions, and to continually do this, throughout the lifespan of your project, throughout the project timeline. Question your assumptions, gather more data. take a systematic, disciplined approach to this. And so what I usually do is I try to make a framework out of this. I try to put this into steps that are, kind of distill how you would do this. And so step one is, explicitly list all assumptions. And again, this requires other people. Invite all of the stakeholders involved, whether, it's your project manager, colleagues, whoever. Have a brainstorming session where you start to list like every possible assumption you could be having. And then for each of those assumptions, question them, examine them with some key questions. Why do I think this is correct? When could this be untrue? How confident am I that it's valid? What's my confidence level? And if it's invalid, what would the impact be? This gives you a way to start to triage your assumptions. And then now you can categorize them based on evidence. Is it a solid and well-supported assumption? Is it correct with caveats? Or is it unsupported or questionable? Unsupported and questionable doesn't necessarily mean wrong. It just means you need more data. And so after you go through this categorization, you refine, you remove, you collect additional data as needed, and you iterate over this. This happens naturally throughout the lifespan of your project. And so that is your key assumptions check. Number two, so now we've checked our assumptions. Are there alternative explanations? Are there alternative explanations for behavior, for an activity? Like I said, our brains can piece together a situation with just a few bits of data, but the scary thing is that, if we fail to consider missing data or alternatives, this can lead us down the wrong path. We have to be able to consider alternative explanations. Avoid letting yourself become entrenched in one explanation. I can't tell you how many times this has happened to me where I become so engrossed in one explanation that it turns out to be wrong because I fail to consider alternative explanations. And so, again, how do you do this? Brainstorming, get more people in the room, start, you need those different perspectives because you need different perspectives of looking at the problem and different creative thought processes. I like to use the 6 classic journalistic questions as a framework for this, which I'll, talk about on the next slide, to evaluate all different dimensions. And then also consider the null hypothesis. This is the exact opposite of what your main hypothesis is. And this is a good exercise because sometimes it forces you to look at a problem from a different perspective. So the 6 W's, again, they're very simple. We all know these: who, what, where, when, why, and how. And I find that they're very useful for examining explanations or examining these alternative explanations. So in the case of, I like to use a threat hunt example. Who is involved? Who is the victim? Who is the target? Who are the stakeholders? Who's affected by the outcome of this? What is at stake? Whether it's data, whether it's a physical asset, what happened? What is the problem? What's the desired outcome of this? Where did this take place? Does geography matter? Where is the infrastructure? Where is the victim? Where is the adversary? Does this matter? And again, when? Does timing matter? Are there key dates? Are there deadlines that we need to be aware of? And why are we doing this? Ask yourself that. Make sure you're solving the right problem. Also, what are the key drivers? What could be a motive? And how? How are we approaching this? Is it feasible? And then be detailed and specific. Really think through, how you're going to, think through each alternative and what that would entail and whether that's plausible. So again, examine alternative explanations. Look at them through the lens of these 6 different questions to characterize each explanation and examine it from different dimensions. So we've identified our assumptions, we've evaluated alternative explanations. Now we get to evaluate our data. This is one of my favorite skills. This is the crux of the scientific method. Assess the data against multiple hypotheses to see how well it fits. If you've got a favorite hypothesis but the data doesn't fit, then you unfortunately have to let go of that hypothesis. And there's a few, there's a couple of points I like to make on this slide that aren't necessarily related directly to critical thinking, but I still think are very important to make. And the first, I'm going to start on the bottom. The first is that cyber data is notoriously hard to get, and oftentimes people don't realize that until they need the data. And this can be for a number of reasons, whether it's policy, privacy issues, maybe HIPAA, GDPR. Maybe there are reasons that, your customer, your client, or whoever, you can't get the data. It could be that it's not been collected. If your network is not instrumented to collect certain data, or your host systems aren't instrumented to collect certain logs, the data doesn't exist, and then you can't do anything. So what I like to tell people is to be proactive. Be proactive when you're setting up a new network environment, a new system. Establish a baseline for what's normal. Understand, what's important on your network and what data you would need to capture in order to, triage problems or to, monitor its health and wellness. And so the nice thing about this too is that it helps you establish a baseline for what's normal. It helps you to see, what does normal source and destination web traffic look like? What does normal endpoint activity look like? This allows you to, this is key to anomaly detection. This is how you'll be on the lookout too for inconsistent data. So again, evaluating data. If the data is not there, it's not there. Be proactive. Be proactive in establishing good data collection practices. And skill number 4, so identifying key drivers. So again, key drivers are things that can significantly impact a situation, and they're not always technical in nature. So think about things if you're, from a cybersecurity perspective, these obviously do include technology, so encryption, authentication, tools, frameworks, infrastructure availability, but they also include things like regulatory and political drivers, so privacy, GDPR, safety regulations, intellectual property, supply chain, logistics issues, your employees themselves, their training needs, their perspectives, their skills, and then your threat actors. We always have that adversary, that other person. What are their technical capabilities? What are their motives? What are their opportunities? So a nation state threat actor is going to have a lot more, financial capability and perhaps different motives than a script kiddie or somebody who's hacking at your server from a basement somewhere. So there are a number of different drivers that can impact your situation that it's important to be aware of because they're not always technical. And number 5, understanding context. So what does this mean? Context is the operational environment in which you are working. And so the context here at IBM is different than the context at a university, which is different than a context perhaps at another, at a Microsoft or another company. And so context matters. Be aware of, different perspectives of your managers, your colleagues, your clients. Ask yourself these questions. What do they need from me? How can I frame the issue? Do I need to place their questions in a broader context? And this is where the notion of framing techniques comes into play. So you recall at the beginning of the presentation when I outlined the goal of this talk and also what I mean by critical thinking, that was a framing technique to ensure that we were all on the same page and to understand that we were all using the same vocabulary, because this helps to avoid confusion and avoid problems down the line. So I love framing techniques as just a solution to, mitigate problems down the line. So framing the issue, again, there's a number of steps that you can do to help you look at an issue or a situation more objectively. And the first is to identify the key components inherent in, whatever the situation is. So what does this mean? Who or what are the key components? You break them down into component parts and start listing your key actors, key categories, and then from there, start to identify the different factors at play. You understand the components. What are the driving forces? And again, this will allow you, going back to that driving forces diagram, to start revealing additional insights and relationships that you might not have been aware of initially. Now you can start to look at relationships. What patterns and relationships exist among different components and factors? Are they static? Are they dynamic? In the case of, maybe doing a threat hunt investigation, often graphing databases may help here to help start to visualize different relationships among entities. In similarities and differences, are there historical analogies that you can fall back on? Have you seen, similar patterns, behaviors, or a situation, in a different context or in a different experience? Can you pull from that? And then redefining. Experiment with different ways to reframe your problem. Write down what you know, what you don't know. How can you look at it differently? Is there a root cause, perhaps, that you're not seeing? And so, going back to our elevator problem, again, just to remind us, we're managers of a high-rise apartment complex. People are complaining that the elevators are too slow, and we've got a number of different approaches to fixing this problem. I'm sure all of you came up with your own approach. You have your own thought process. This is a real anecdote. This is a real situation that happened, and what they ended up doing was installing mirrors. They installed mirrors, and the complaints died. All of a sudden, the elevators were faster. And this is a classic example of problem framing, and how you can, by changing the problem space, now you're fundamentally changing the solution space. By installing mirrors, the problem wasn't that the elevator was too slow. The real problem that people are complaining about was that waiting is boring. It was boring to stand there and wait because, that their minds weren't focused. They were focused on the waiting. By installing mirrors, now all of a sudden, people who are waiting for the elevator are distracted. They can look at themselves. They can look at other people. They're not focused on the elevator. So rather than making the elevator faster, the solution space is transferred into shorten the perceived wait time. And that can be done a lot more simply and cheaply by putting up mirrors, playing music, installing art displays, things like that. So this is an example of this notion of problem framing and how identifying these different aspects of a problem can deliver these radical improvements in Spark solutions to a seemingly intractable problem. And again, this is why having that diversity of perception or of thought within cybersecurity is so important. So again, just to recap the 5 skills that I've outlined here: challenge your assumptions, refine as you learn more, consider alternative explanations, don't get entrenched in one explanation, evaluate data. Again, does the data fit your hypothesis? Identify the key drivers. What are the driving forces at play? Remembering that they're not always technical. They might be political. There might be personnel issues. There could be a number of driving forces, and understand the context. Understand the context in which you are working. Can you put yourself in other people's shoes? Can you reframe the problem so that the solution space is different?
Thanks you for watching my video. Please like and subscribe my channel. Thank you for spending your valuable time with us. Your views and support mean the world to us. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you for being a loyal viewer.
In Module 2, you'll hear from Kenneth, John, and a new subject matter expert, Domenico Ragusio. Dom is the Chief Technical Officer with IBM Security in Italy and will cover types of cybersecurity attacks, the impact of these attacks, and the types of actors and their motives. You will also hear from Javier Portuguez Mora from an IBM Security Operations Center. Javier describes a day in the life of a security analyst as they address cyber attacks in real time. You will also be asked to download and read the Ponemon Institute's 4th annual study on the cyber resilient organization. Let's get started. In this video, you will learn to describe who the primary actors are in cybercrime and their motives.
So let's take a quick look into the type of the actors and their motive in order to perform cybercrime or hacking into technology systems. There is a lot of actors, but we could summarize 4 of them. First of all, we have the hackers. Those hackers could be paid or not. For example, private organizations could pay a group of hackers to hack a company and extract their database for, I don't know, to obtain intellectual property, for example. And actually, that's happened in the past. There is something called the Operation Aurora that I will recommend some further reading regarding that operation. Then we have the internal users. These could be something that is performed intentional or not. I mean, if you are working in your company and you try or you forward a set of confidential documents into your personal email, just for go to your home and start working on the night on those documents, that's something that is not necessarily intentional or is not an attack from an intentional perspective, but it's an attack. I mean, you shouldn't forward or you shouldn't use confidential documents outside your secure company network. You are not aware of that, and that's probably because you don't have the training, you don't have the administrative control, the policy or the procedure that will let you know that you shouldn't done that. But that's the difference between the internal user with intentional motive or not. For example, if you go to your company and you intentionally go and plug a USB drive into your computer and execute a virus, that's something intentional. But the thing is, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to understand if the internal user have the motive or not to perform those malicious actions. Then we have hacktivism. Hacktivism is something similar that the hackers, but the thing with hacktivism is normally nobody pays to those hacktivism to perform attacks. For example, DDoS campaigns are performed to a lot of states, a lot of nations, in order to make pressure for one particular decision. For example, we're going to explore a couple of Singapore hacks that a group of hacktivisms perform on the government websites, because the Singapore government are implementing new compliance and new regulations into the internet. So that's a quick example of the hacktivism. And governments, we talked before about governments, their intentions. Mostly, their intentions are not financial, but they have intentions. They normally want to spy. They normally want to understand what's happening in each country from the inside, from the confidential data that they are managing. So that's another actor. And what are their motives? Here's just a quick example of the motives or some motivation that the attackers may have. One motivation is just play, demonstrate that they have the capacity, they have the capabilities for hack into a secure system. They sometimes try to gain money. They try to make some money on their scams or on their hacks. That's something that could be categorized or could be aligned with criminal organizations. Political action or political actions and movements. Sorry, if a group of people wants to perform an attack into a government, in most of the occasion, that attack came because they have a motivation, they have a political motivation, they have a movement to make it clear to the government that they are here, they want something, they are not agree with some policy or something like that. So there is a political motivation over there. One interesting motivation is hire me, is I will demonstrate you that I could hack you, I could enter into your security system, I could find holes into your security system, in order for you to understand that I am good, that I am a good professional, well, a good hacker, a good technician, or a good guy with technical skills that could be hired into your organization, into your government to fix or to patch those security holes.
In this video, you will learn to describe and name the major cybercrime and hacker organizations that are now operating worldwide.
Of organizations, hacker organization, crime organization, and hacktivism organization. For example, we have the Fancy Bears. That organization was vinculated with U.S. election hack, DCC hack into, well, the Hillary Clinton party, the office that managed information from the Democratic Party. Then we have, for example, the Lizard Group. That's actually a pretty good image here. We have Anonymous, obviously. We have LuxSec. We have the Syrian Electronic Army. We have Guardians of the Peace. That's another hacker group that will or cause some leaks on Sony. I don't know if you remember that, but a couple of years ago, Sony created or filmed a movie regarding North Korea dictator Kim Jong-un, and Guardians of Peace hacked Sony in order to prevent the release of the movie. So that's the story behind Guardians of Peace. And then we have another set of actors. Those are government actors. For example, we have obviously the Taylor Access Operation from the United States. We have the National Security Agency, NSA. We have Unit 61398 from Israel. We have the Unit 82,000 from China. So we have a lot of people. We have a lot of actors in the security, on the cybersecurity field, in cybersecurity arena. And obviously, we don't have here business actors. We don't have the security operation centers. We don't have the companies that are just part of the cybersecurity ecosystem at this stage. What's next? Probably the spy, the espionage from countries, from different actors will be increased. Advanced malware, we will have a lot of new malware. We will have a lot of more advanced malware. There is a couple of new malware examples that we already have, and we are exploring. We are trying to understand how that malware works. That actually didn't use the normal methods to hide, didn't use any common methods, any known method to deliver or to exploit vulnerabilities into the system. We're going to have new technologies. We're going to have new smartphones, new operative systems, new devices that will be part of the technological ecosystem. So as soon as we have a new technology, there are new security bugs, security vulnerabilities that we need to carry out in order to protect those assets, in order to protect that technology. We're going to have a lot of hacking, a lot of advanced persistent threats. We're going to talk about advanced persistent threats in the next videos, but we are going to have a lot hacking in the next following year. And we are going to have, we have actually a human gap. The human needs to understand that the cybersecurity is something important. They need to care about the data that they are having on the internet, they're having on their personal devices. So the human gap will be increased, but that's something that we need to deal with and work with the users to decrease the gap.
In this video, you will learn to describe the major different types of cyber attacks and the impacts they have had.
We're going to talk about different types of attacks and their impact. We're going to show quick examples, real-world examples. For example, we have the Sony attack. The LuxSec group on 2011 goes to Sony and hack their PlayStation network system, and they leak a lot of information regarding credit cards, regarding accounts on their PlayStation network. We have the Singapore attacks. We talked about before these attacks, but in simple words, there is a lot of hackers that send attacks into websites, not just government websites, but also banks and companies on Singapore to protest for some policies, some laws that the Singapore government are passing. On 2014, we have a lot of attacks. We have the LinkedIn attack. Actually, that attack, that leak was something pretty important. We have eBay, we have Home Depot, Ubisoft. We have a lot of governments. On 2015, we have Target. At least 100 million of credit cards was leaked. On 2016, we have a lot of things. We have the U.S. Election attack. We have the CNN attack. We have the DIN attack using something called Mirai attack. First attack using IOC to perform a DDoS attack into the DIN service, DNS servers. And there is a lot of things. We have on 2017, 2018, we have shadow brokers. We have Eternal Blue. We have WannaCry. We have Emotet. We have NSA leaks. This year, for example, and that's something that happened actually this week, we have an attack from Nessus. Actually, here's a good example of something called supply chain attacks. Somebody or a group of hackers or somebody hack into Nessus, and on their supply chain for their computers, especially for the operative systems and software on their computers, install a malware. So each computer that came from Asus from the last 2, 3, 4 months could be infected with a malware, and that's why on the supply chain of the process to add software to install the operative system into the Asus machine, somebody implants a malware. So there is a potential risk here. If you own Asus machine, it's a good idea to contact your vendor, to contact your provider, and to run some antivirus software. And then we have some examples. Cyber attack using SWIFT. SWIFT is actually a bank protocol to transfer money. And here's a list of the millions of losses of the banks that they are having because attacks are exploiting this SWIFT technology. And it's not necessarily something that is related to the servers, to the implementation of the technology. It's something related to the identity thief, to the identity impersonation. A user could receive an email like this, let them know that they are receiving a transfer, or they are receiving an alert from their credit card holder, and they need to go into this link to upload or to update their personal information. With that information, an attacker could try to apply international transfers, international money transfer using SWIFT. And here's the report, for example, on the of a bank of Ecuador, Banco del Austro, that loses almost $10 million on 2015 on these hacks, on these identity thief and data leaks. And to close this video, we will talk about the tools and attacks that those cyber actors are using. For example, the cyberburs for the U.S. election hacks used two tools called CDaddy and CDuke. Those tools were used to generate backdoors into the committee of the party to at least have access to emails, documents for at least 6 months. That's the number that some investigators are dealing with. Then we have the Black Canary. Those are Russian hackers. This tool is used to exploit vulnerabilities on SCADA or PLCs or ICS systems. That those systems are normally used on power plants, on nuclear plants, on water plants, things like that. And Ukraine was part of that attack on the 2016 and 2017 series of attacks from Russia. We have Shamoon, we have Dooku and Flame, we have Dark Seoul, and we have WannaCry. Those tools are used for criminals and sponsor hackers from governments to exploit not just infrastructure but also data and other information from businesses, personal information, and internet at all. Companies are normally targeted by these groups, for example, Google, Symantec, companies that have intellectual property that could be stole or could be sold in the black markets. So that's all, I think, for these videos.
In this video, you will learn to describe the various attack classifications such as passive attacks and active attacks.
So let's move into security attacks. So let's move into attack classifications. One of the first attack classifications that we'll look at is the idea of a passive attack. Essentially, it's an eavesdropping style of attack. The methodology is there's a communications connection to the channel that we described earlier in Module 1. And here in the diagram, we see Bob communicating with Alice. And an intruder, in this case Darth, captures the message out of the communications channel, and this is undetected by Alice or Bob. So the benefits of this attack, obviously, since it's not detected by Alice or Bob, is that the eavesdropping could occur for a long time, for a very long time, right? And so they can actually get the content of the messages, right? The second class of attack for passive attacks is traffic analysis. This is an attack, a style that doesn't look so much at the payload, but the frequency and the size of the messages. One of the great examples of this is during an earlier presidential administration. A local newspaper was monitoring the number of pizzas that were delivered after 7 p.m. to the White House. And the correlation was between a large number of pizzas being delivered after 7 p.m. and events of a national security nature occurring the next day. So this is actually traffic analysis in its most basic form. Very, very novel way to do that. So one of the questions that you'll see here on the slide is, do you think passive attacks are hard or easy to detect? Well, they're hard to detect because the message from Bob to Alice meets our security criteria. So what do I mean by that? That the messages are authenticated. So Alice can prove that the message is in fact from Bob. The message can be passed an integrity check because Darth, our interceptor, is only collecting the messages. He's not changing them. So there's no evidence that the message has been changed. We see, certainly examples of proving that when Bob says to Alice, let's go to lunch at 1, and both of them show up at lunch at 1, and consequently there's no evidence that that message has been modified. The confidentiality of that, of course, is violated because our interceptor, Darth, now has access to the message. Now, whether it's encrypted or not, like I said, that's another question. But Alice won't have any evidence that Darth has a copy of the message. So, in fact, it actually passes that context. So you can see the perspective of how passive attacks are some of the most dangerous from an information or an intelligence collection process that can run literally for years before it's been detected. Active attacks. Active attacks obviously involve some modification of the data stream or the creation of a false stream and can actually fall into 4 basic categories: masquerade, replay, modification of the messages, and denial of service. So masquerade is intuitive, right? This is the masking of one entity appearing as another. So in this case, right, Darth would pretend to be Bob. He would intercept the message, read it, let's go to lunch at 1, if that was the message. Send the message to Alice. Oh, how about 11:30? Is that better? Alice thinks it's Bob, reports to lunch at 11:30. So that masquerading extremely dangerous within this context. We talked about the replay of these messages. So this can be used for a man-in-the-middle attack, so that Darth would intercept the message from Bob, read it, act on that, and then send the unmodified message to Alice, let's say an hour later, with a correct timestamp, so that Alice receives the message and then acts on it, and it passes the integrity perspective because the message is not modified, fails the confidentiality because Darth has seen that, the integrity passes, message isn't modified, right? The authentication part fails, however, because this actually came from Darth, not Bob. No way to prove that. So, modification, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier, that the message from Darth could be, let's meet at lunch at 11:30. So that message could be actively modified. Once again, this is of great concern to the U.S. government. The messages are modified, reports are modified. Significant effort to ensure the integrity of that. And then fundamentally, the last one, of course, is the denial of service, where the message actually just never gets through. So active attacks, right, are the opposite in terms of characteristics of passive attacks. Passive attacks are difficult to detect. However, active attacks have measures that are available that we can actually get a sense that there's an anomaly. It's difficult to prevent active attacks universally, absolutely, because of the diversity of the style of attacks that come through with that. So that's so the goal here, right, is to detect the active attacks early and to recover from any disruption or delays caused by the attacks. So 2 major attack classifications: passive attacks and active attacks.
In this video, you will learn to discuss the various types of security services and the technical implementation of security policies.
And look at some security services in terms of security arc. Let's jump into the definition of security services. By the way, this security services and these attack classifications come from a great textbook called Network Security Essentials, Application and Standards, written by William Stone. It's considered to be one of the classic books in the security repertoire. So I certainly would think that a sufficiently advanced security professional would have this textbook on their shelf. So let's talk about security services, right? So a service is a processing or communication service, right, that's provided by a system. This would be the enterprise, the IT infrastructure. It's designed to give a specific kind of protection to a system resource. Security services are technical implementation of security policies. We talked about access control in an earlier module with that, and the security services that implement the security policies are implemented by the security mechanisms. So in this context, the security mechanisms are the security enforcement points that we talked about in Module 1. A security service, enhancing the security of data processing systems and information transfers of an organization. So there's some nuances here, right? So we're going to improve, using security services, the business process of the enterprise. And we're going to protect the movement of information of an organization. So that means internal movement, database to server, means external movement, for example, to a business partner. purpose of security infrastructure is to provide defensive mechanisms against a security attack. So obviously security services are designed to enhance our ability to counter the security attacks that are presented against the enterprise. Security services can engage, and it's a one-to-many relationship between a service and a security enforcement point. This makes sense that a implementation of a technical policy can engage more than one element of a security enforcement point. So often replicates capabilities in the real world. So we think about how information moves securely. We've got signatures and dates, protection from disclosure. That's why we put things in an envelope. We make sure they're not going to be destroyed or modified. We can provide authenticity through notarization or witness signatures, plus the non-repudiation part of that can be accomplished from notarization or licensing. Takes a look at a couple of definitions, and he's pulled out one from ITU, right? The International Telecommunications Union. That's the United Nations governing body for standards worldwide. X.800, a service provided by a protocol layer of communicating open systems, which ensures the adequate security of the systems or of data transfers. So, this means we think about the OSI protocol stack, right? Runs from applications to presentation sessions through the network transfer protocols down to the physical part of that. That these layers, right, communicate with similar layers. That's them communicating to open systems, right, in another enterprise or another part of the enterprise, and protects the information, both of the receiver, the transmitter, and the communication transfer that's in there. Now, kind of legalese, right? This request for comment 2828, another standard document that's maintained by the ITU, a processing or communication service provided by a system to give a specific kind of protection to system resources. More clear, to be sure. So, once again, that 2828 a little more clear, right? Talks about implementing the services that are implemented by the security enforcement point. Those are the specific kinds of protections and the implementation of the security policies. So let's dive into some definitions of some specific security services as found in the X.800 document. Now remember, we had talked about this a little bit earlier, that X.800 is an artifact of the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, which is not a workers' union, right? It is an association chartered and staffed by the United Nations to provide international standards for computer and network communications. Fairly solid document. So Stallings talks about 5 security service categories and the 14 specific services that are in there. So highlighted with these 6 elements right here. There's classic security services, which are traditionally discussed. Now notice that these things are written at a very high level. I like to think about them written at the level of the U.S. Constitution, subject to legal interpretation. So the top one, right, is authentication, is concerned with assuring that a communication is authentic. In fact, that it's correct from Alice to Bob, and that it is measurable, right? There's a subversion of this called peer entity authentication, which provides corroboration of the identity of a peer in an association. So that means Bob and Alice can authenticate each other. So Alice sends a message to Bob. And along with that goes, "Hi Bob, I'm Alice." And Bob can read the message and say, "Yes, in fact, you are Alice." That is peer entity authentication. Data origin, right, is a corroboration of the source of the data, so that Bob can actually look at the message and say, "Yeah, so Alice actually sent that." So we can authenticate Alice and authenticate that the message had come from Alice. You can see those two powerful points of the authentication side. So access control, moving down the list, right, is the ability to limit and control access to host systems and applications via communication links. So this means in our context, right, computer networks, not front doors to houses and such, that the correct individuals are identified, they are authenticated, right, that their identification assertions are validated, and then they're authorized. So the 3 steps for access control. "Hi, I'm John." "Yes, you are John." Identification. Authentication is the affirmation of identification, and then the authorization is, "And you are approved, John, to do the following 3 things." So that is a role-based access control model. There's volumes of content that's out on the internet and within IBM about how to implement an RBAC or role-based access control system. So the third element, data confidentiality, right, ensures that the messages are received as sent with no duplication, insertion, modification, reordering, replay, or loss. So the loss part of that, right, is that the message is not destroyed. Reordering, right, so that if the messages are describing a sequence of events, that they come in the correct sequence. There could be a lot of disruption if those, in fact, are changed in that. The modification side, that the payload of the message is changed. This is the example of let's not meet at 1 p.m. for lunch, but let's meet at 11:30. Insertion, no new modifications, and duplication, that we're not sending duplicate messages to confuse Alice or Bob. So the non-repudiation phase of this, right, is that the both Alice and Bob in a message transaction can't deny that the transaction occurred. We talked about this a little earlier about message transmission. Alice sends Bob a message. Alice can prove that Alice sent the message and Bob received it. Bob can prove that Alice sent the message and he received it. So there's no ambiguity area of not being able to authenticate a transaction. It's extremely important within financial services, both for banking and for insurance, that we need to be able to remove any capability of saying, "I didn't do that," right? So identification, authentication, confidentiality, all of that's in play with that. And we talked about availability a little bit earlier on this, that the resource is accessible and usable. So we talked about the availability, right? That the capability, the service capability being provided by the enterprise is available, that it's there, and that it responds in a timely manner. Because if you can think that if you put a response in and you got a response back the next day, that's not timely at all. So that is part of the availability part of that.
In this video, you will learn to describe security mechanisms and what they include.
Dive into security mechanisms for enterprise security. So Stallings tells us that security mechanisms are defined as the combination of hardware, software, and processes that enhance IT security. Once again, so we talked about the principle of the security enforcement point. This is a technical implementation of a security policy. The security policy is derived from the business policy. So the business policy describes what we're going to do, not how we're going to do it. The security policy describes how we're going to do it, and the security enforcement point or the security mechanisms are the technical implementation of that security policy. So that point is taken up with the second bullet point, right? That it's a security policy implementation mechanism or delivery vehicle. And some examples of those, right, are protocol suppression, for example, to turn off FTP. That a security policy would be no FTPs allowed. The business policy, no unauthorized large-scale data movements. So the security enforcement point would be to disable FTP. There's another example about the identification and authentication. We've talked about the three aspects of identification, of access control. Identification, authentication, authorization. Those are all services that are going to be employed. And once again, we talked about how security services are the tools for security enforcement. Pulling out of X.800, Stallings gives us a number of examples of security mechanisms. So cryptography, digital signatures, access controls, you can read the list. These are actual, like I said, once again, security enforcement points. And at the top end, just above each one of these security mechanisms is a controlling security policy. And once again, the security policy is a technical policy that is derived from a logical business policy. So that's the food chain. So business policies, security enforcement points, or security mechanism. So you'll see that list that goes in. Those are referred to as specific services. There are ones that transcend specific policies. Those are trusted functionality, right? How do we trust our internal users, our privileged users, right? Two classes of users. We have general users, privileged users. General users, that's you and me. Privileged users are somebody who can change a security policy. That's the difference between the two. And privileged users should have a lot of attention on their good behavior. So security labels, right, those are referred to generally data. When we think about security classification within the government world, there's secret, top secret, sensitive but unclassified. In the private side, right, there's confidential, extreme confidential, business-centric. All of those are security labels that are applied to data. And how do we use those labels? Access control, data movement, right? There's some models that describe how those are used. The most famous of which is the Bell-LaPadula model. So other pervasive security mechanisms include event detection, right? That is the core of QRadar and security intelligence, that we can detect that something happened. Now the question is that something different and of a high risk? So this is where it moves into the anomaly side. So security audit trails is also pervasive. This is the ability to collect security intelligence data and ensure that that security intelligence data is available, is protected from unauthorized change, right? And can be sent to the correct individuals. So there's an analogy with security audit trails and criminal chain of custody, that you can always prove who's got responsibility for the data, for the security audits, and what they've done to that. So extremely important in the forensic world. And then recovery is recovery and backup, which affects how we react or our response to a security event. So once again, we see some analogies between this and the NIST security model and the IBM security framework described in Module 1. Here on slide 15, we see an example of some security mechanisms or some security enforcement points. This is looking primarily at the access control policies. We see those security enforcement mechanisms implemented initially in the DMZ between the two firewalls. Good design principle is they are of different designs, right? So that if an adversary defeats one firewall, it does not have to simply reapply that attack against the second. We see credential management in the security domain, and within the security management, being able to acquire events, manage credentials, which those credentials consist of roles, permissions, and identities.
In this video, you will learn to describe various network security models.
Okay, so let's take a look at a couple of network security models so we understand mechanically, in terms of processes and in terms of logical decomposition, what we're looking to achieve. So let's talk for a moment about a generalized model for network security. And here on slide 17, we see an extract from the Stallings text about communication between a sender and a receiver. So this is Alice and Bob in our example. And they have a communication channel between them that is non-secure. And they need to wish to send a message that is protected, can be intercepted, has integrity components to this, has confidentiality components to that, and there's an availability part of the network. So what can Bob and Alice do? Well, obviously, we have the initial clear text message, and that's this element that we see right here from Alice sending to Bob. So sender is Alice, recipient is Bob. So the security-related transformation process is encryption, 99 times out of 100. So there's some secret content right here that is maintained, and the secret content is actually the encryption keys. So the encryption keys follow, allow the security-related transformation or the encryption of the message. And here is the encrypted or secure message right now. Alice puts this onto the information channel. Our adversary here can intercept the message, but because the adversary, Trudy, doesn't have access to the keys that are found here, will not be able to read this. Now, then Bob pulls the message off of the communication channel. So this message here is the same thing as this message here. Applies his key here. Now the keys can be the same or different. We'll explain that in a little bit later. But he's using the same encryption-decryption protocol that Alice is using, and then we have the clear text. So the message here is the same as the message there. Now that we have the generalized model plus the foundational concept described in Module 1 understood, let's start moving into security architectures and what it means to have an attack against a security architecture. So, quick review of what security means is that within X.800, right, which is that International Telecommunication Union document, part of the UN governance element on that, what is meant by security. That's actually used just simply in terms of managing the vulnerabilities and their exposure of risk to both assets and resources, right? So an asset right here, right, can mean anything. So in our context, that means the valuable information maintained by an enterprise. It also means the security enforcement point, right? That technical implementation of a security policy that, if it's disabled, increases the risk factor for the enterprise. So both of those are in play in terms of a security asset. So a vulnerability, Stallings and 800, says any weakness that can be exploited to violate a system or the information that it contains. In the actual lexicon of a security professional, a vulnerability is an undeployed exploit. We think about a vulnerability from a software manufacturer, from a security company, right? Is a backdoor. It's a window. It's a way that security policies can be circumvented and information can be stolen. Now, a vulnerability that's put into play is called an exploit. So a threat, right, is the potential violation of security. So we have a definition for security, and then the threats right here, right, are what we are protecting against. So look at security, architecture, and motivation. So 800 right here, right, talks about the motivation for security in open systems. So let's define open systems for a moment. The absolute opposite of an open system is a proprietary or a closed system. Open systems need not be defined by standards. Most standards organizations move at a pace that only a geologist can appreciate. But those protocols, those interfaces are published to the open. This is IBM's approach to security and software systems. We are an open systems, not necessarily a standard. So CCIT, right, which is a group that comes out of that ITU, right, has a piece of rocket science here that says, we need to enhance security of open systems because of society's increasing dependence on computers that are accessed or linked by data communications, which require protection against various threats. So that's ground truth, right? The world's becoming more connected, needs more protection. So there's several countries that have increasing legislation, right, about data protection. The European Union comes to mind, safe harbor in terms of managing some of the risks that are associated with that. So the deliverer, let's use that rather than the term suppliers, the deliverer of a secure enterprise needs to take into consideration the risks and the legal ramifications of its systems. So, and this is some marketing from ITU right here, right? There's a number of standards, but open systems generally very, very popular and should be. So if we have security, architecture, and protective elements of that, one of the questions that we need to take a look at is what needs to be protected. So this is not rocket scientists. We've talked about this before. Obviously, the information and data, right, needs to be protected. This is the crown jewels of the enterprise: the customer credit card information, health records, bank information, all of the elements around that, including security measures such as the passwords, right? We think about the Yahoo breach where passwords were stolen. All of that is target, fair games for the adversaries. We also have the context of communication and data processes and services right here. These are the security enforcement points that we talked about earlier. Remember, security enforcement points are technical implementations of security policies that are derived from business policies. And we obviously need to protect against modification, destruction of our equipment and facilities.
In this video, you will learn to describe how the destruction, corruption, modification, theft, removal, loss, or disclosure of information or other resources and the interruption of service can constitute threats to the security of data or systems.
About the threats, the sources that this can come from. So the threats to a data communication system, that's our enterprise, include these 5 elements, right? The destruction or information of and or other resources. Think about denial of service. This is the predominant threat to large-scale information processing enterprises. So, the destruction of information, by the way, also the destruction of our security enforcement points. Modification, we talked about the integrity side of that. Being able to modify a message in flight between Alice and Bob is a significant risk. Most people, including the government side, worry more about the modification than the corruption of that. The corruption can be detected. Modification, not so much, although we'll show you a mechanism a little later how to detect if a message has been modified. But we think about those passive attacks where systems, where the intruders listen and record the messages and transition into an active attack where a very slight modification of a message is executed. Very, very dangerous, can occur for a long time before people know it. So the targets, right, are primarily the theft of let's use the term critical information. These are the credit card numbers, the goals of the attacker. It also may be confidential or classified information on a defense network, right, is the theft and removal of that. So the disclosure of this information. Now this is sort of interesting from a perspective of confidentiality. So are the WikiLeaks documents, which have been released much to the government's angst over the last year, a disclosure of information? They absolutely are. Is that a threat to an IT enterprise? Yes. So I believe that the WikiLeaks ecosphere is actually a confidentiality violation. And of course, we also talk about the interruption of services. This is the availability side. Remember we talked earlier in Module 1 that we've got not only an availability parameter that a service is capable, right? Is available, but we also need to worry about the timeliness of that. That if we submit a response to a message and are expecting a response back, that it occur within a timely period. So on thefts here, threats. So threats can really be of 2 classes. So one obviously is the accidental threat. This is one without lack of criminal intent. The other is intentional threats, where there's an intention to violate a security policy. Now, from the security protection perspective, we do not care between the two of them. Whether an individual, a privileged user, has an oops moment or intentionally violates a security policy that impacts the enterprise, the result's exactly the same. So we do not differentiate much between these two. Now we'll create use cases that will help articulate our architecture, but the result, from the result side, we don't differentiate much between those two. So be aware of the differentiation between accidental and intentional threats. So whether this is, to be honest, whether this is an intentional or an unintentional result, is that if there's a response, there's an action by the enterprise, data moves out, privileges are reduced, some change in the state of the security ecosphere that qualifies as an attack. So this is where we've moved from a vulnerability where something could happen, the threat, to an attack or an exploit where something has happened. That's the transition right there. So we worry about vulnerabilities, what could happen. We react to exploits, what has happened. Once again, here's the differentiation between passive and active. Passive, extremely dangerous, long-term presence on the network, undetected by Alice, Bob, or any other user. One of our architecture slides speaks to an industry average of exploits, attacks being passively on the network for 284 days before detection. So one of the, like I said, difference between passive and active, there is a change to the state of the security ecosphere.
In this video, you will learn to describe how an action taken by a human with intent to violate security constitutes an attack.
Under the attacks on architecture, so let's begin with some definitional terms, right? Is that we will define an attack as an action by a human with an intent to violate security. So it doesn't matter, by the way, whether the attack succeeds, rather, whether the vulnerability is successfully transformed into an exploit. So the attack is the exploit. Whether it succeeds or not is somewhat academic. The attack has occurred. Now, there's intermediaries, right, obviously, between the human and the enterprise system. So there's protocols, proxies, but somewhere, somebody started the chain of events that results in an attack. Collins takes a look at the X.800 and describes various types of attacks. So we've talked about earlier about passive attacks. So we have one type of an attack, which is the disclosure side, which is the release of a message content. So this is revealed to unauthorized parties. This is the envelope being opened, the letter being taken out, read, and told to another individual. So if the interceptor, Trudy, intercepts a message between Bob and Alice and never reveals the contents of the message, that is not a disclosure attack. So it's the interception plus the reveal side of that makes for the disclosure side of that. So this is an attack on the confidentiality of the message. Stallings also expands out of X800 two forms of passive attacks. So we have traffic analysis or traffic flow analysis also. So traffic analysis, right, is not the revealing of the content, which we described on the previous slide. This is the being able to ascertain content about the sender's actions based on the frequency and the size of the message. So, for example, if we were able to ascertain that a lot of message traffic had been sent between a system administrator and a database administrator that was significantly above the normal level of activity, we could ascertain there's a problem with the data architecture. Perhaps there's a leak, a storage problem, right? But something that says this is above a threshold. And because it's above the threshold, and who the sender is, who the receiver is, the types of message, the frequency, the size of them, the temporal aspects, right when they are sent, that we can actually derive content from that. So this also is an attack on the confidentiality of the message, right? So that a third party is gaining insight into the sender's intent by the application of traffic flow analysis. So we talked about the masquerade attack, that we talked about the 4 styles of attacks earlier. This is the impersonation of a known or authorized user or a system. Interestingly, about or a system. So this could be, for example, Trudy pretending to be Alice and communicating with Bob. That's a masquerade. Additionally, it could be Trudy setting up a fake service appearing to be Google that Alice communicates with for the collection of passwords and usernames. Both of those are a masquerade end of it. So there's a failure here of authentication and identification. So in the Google approach, the service, the system that Trudy had created to impersonate Google, right, says to Alice, "Hi, I'm Google," and Alice moves on as if it was Google, when in fact it doesn't. So we fail on the identity phase, we fail on the authentication phase, that Trudy's fake Google system, right, spoofed, fooled Alice on the actual source of the server, on the service, and when Alice sends Bob, it's the authentication of the origin of the service that's in play.
In this video, you will learn to identify and classify the various forms of active and passive attacks.
The second style of an attack, from the Stallings end of it on the active attack, is that of the replay. So this is where a copy of a legitimate message is captured by Trudy, our interceptor, and retransmitted later. So this could be a message that was simply like, let's break for lunch, let's go to drinks, and instead of, it's intercepted, delayed, and then sent on Thursday. And Bob, receiving this message from Alice, thinking it's from Alice, in fact it is from Alice, just delayed, that lunch is going to be on Thursday as opposed to Wednesday. So you can understand now, in the context of financial services, how a delay in a message of complete this stock order, transfer this money, really impacts the mission of the financial service, the core mission capabilities about faithfully executing commands, executing orders from its clients. So it's a very big problem within those communities. So this is actually, not surprisingly, an attack on the integrity of the system. So it's an attack on the integrity because it's not sent in a timely manner. The actual message is legitimate. So this is transfer $100 from my savings account to my checking account. It's a legitimate message, but it's retransmitted at a later time. So this is the integrity failure. So we think about, has a message been modified or has it been delayed? So we talked earlier about the attacks. The previous ones have been attacks on the integrity of legitimate messages, right? So those are delays, those are modifications. If we move ahead into some additional components for active attacks against an enterprise, one of the largest ones that is still in play, right, are denial of service attacks. So with a denial of service attack, Trudy, the opponent, is preventing Bob and Alice, the two authorized users, from accessing a system. And this could be their email system, text messaging, something in the communication channel. So it's preventing the authorized users, Bob and Alice, from accessing the communication channel to communicate. This is an availability attack because there's a timeliness factor. Alice can send Bob a message, may not be delivered for days on end if it ever gets there. So that's the timely part of it, and the accessibility part, whether the service is available at all as a function of time.
In this video, you will learn to identify and classify the various forms of active and passive attacks.
Let's now take a look at a couple of model descriptions for these attacks. So this is how life should work, our normal flow of information. So the information source in this context is Alice. The information destination, the receiver, is Bob. This is the communication channel described earlier, and what we don't see in here are the encryption capabilities. We'll get to those a little bit later. But this is the normal flow of information from Alice to Bob. So this is an attack that is an interruption of services. So Alice here, attempting to send a message to Bob, here has the message disrupted by Trudy, the interceptor, en route. So is this a passive or an active attack? Well, it's an active attack, right? Because Bob here will know that the message had not been received at some point, right? Alice will know that the message was never delivered. So by the fact that the two recipients, Alice and Bob, will have knowledge that the message was not delivered, it becomes not a passive attack, therefore it must be an active attack. And the traffic analysis phase of this is that Bob may say, hey, I used to get 10 emails a day from you, Alice, and now I'm not getting any. Right? Something's wrong. Right? So we don't know what the content is, but we know that the parameters surrounding the message delivery, right, in itself carries a message. This is an active system. So out of the four models that we talked about, masquerade, replay, modification, or denial of service, which of this? Obviously the denial of service, because Trudy has simply stopped all messages from going through. At Trudy, getting into play right here on slide 32, so once again we have Alice sending a message to Bob, and Trudy is the interceptor, who is C right here. Now, the only thing that's occurring is that Trudy is making a copy of the message traffic moving from Alice to Bob. So the question here is that is this a passive or active attack? Well, I would argue that it's a passive attack because Alice sends a message to Bob. Bob receives a message from Alice. It can be authenticated. It makes sense. It can be, we can have some mechanisms in place to explain, to test for modification. And all of those pass. So it's a legitimate message. The only thing is that Trudy, the interceptor, has a copy of the message. So given that, what is the effect of this, right? So it's, none of these are in play because it's not inactive, but the potential for this is going to be disclosure from Trudy. A WikiLeaks dump, sending the copy of the email to the boss, whatever bad people do with copies of information between good people would come into play right there. Another attack is the modification phase. So once again, we have Alice, we have Bob, who are sending a message. Now notice this time that the message path does not go directly from Alice to Bob, but vectors down and goes through Trudy. So the opponent, that's Trudy, right, intercepts the message and forwards a modification of that message to Bob and appearing to come from the original source. So what kind of attack is this? Is it a passive or an active attack? Well, obviously, it's an active attack, right? So because Trudy is intercepting the message and choosing to modify that and send it along with it appearing that it had come from Alice. So is this a masquerade? Well, yes, right? So that she is Trudy modifying the message to appear to come from Alice. So Trudy is appearing to be Alice, the sender. Is it a replay? Well, it could be. We never really talk about when it's sent. Is the message modified? It is absolutely modified. Denial of service? No, it's not. Now let's take a look at a fabrication model. So here, if you'll notice, Alice never sends Bob a message. She's sitting there minding her own time. She may be asleep. Trudy sends Bob a message. Let's go to lunch. This is Alice. So she is appearing to represent Alice in the context of this. This could also, be anything else. It could be a service. It could be your bank calling you up to say, hey, go change your password, and then we're going to put in place some mechanisms to intercept that password. So it appears to come from a legitimate source. So our questions again, passive versus active? Well, it's obviously active, right? And it is a masquerade because Trudy is appearing to be Alice in communicating to Bob. So this is a serious type of an attack because Kathy actually isn't doing anything. Alice isn't actually doing anything. And so from her perspective, there's nothing wrong. So now we have only one element, and because it appears to come from Alice, that awareness of the security attack may be delayed. Another denial of service. So in this one, once again, Alice is attempting to send Bob a communication, but Trudy intercepts this, prevents the transmission to Bob. And so what happens here, right? So Alice sends Bob a message. Trudy intercepts that. Alice thinks it's been delivered because in this case, there's obviously no message delivery verification. And so our questions about this being passive or active, right? It's obviously active because Trudy's taking an event, taking an action, which changes the state of the system. And so what type of an active system? I would view this actually as a denial of service because it's changing the state of the system and preventing a service from occurring. The service's message delivery does not occur, meets the definition formal for denial of service. And Trudy, because she's got a copy of the message, right, can then release this content to an unauthorized third party. So this is a dangerous style of attack.
In this video, you will learn to describe and define the term malware, describe the various types of malware, including ransomware.
Malware. Some of the questions that we're going to try to answer are: what is malware, types of malware, and how do we protect from it? The first thing that we're going to do is to define it. Malicious code or malware is any undesired or unauthorized piece of software running on a host either to disrupt operations or to use the host resources for its benefit. Recent malware attacks attempt to remain hidden on the host using resources for potential uses such as launching denial of service attacks, hosting illicit data, skimming personal or business information. Types of malware. There are many forms of malware out there with certain features. Starting with a virus, which is a piece of malicious code that spreads from one computer to another by attaching itself to other files using self-replication. Note that they require human interaction to self-replicate. Due to its self-replicating nature, they are quite difficult to remove from a system. They also use other tactics to hide on the system, like polymorphic code, which encrypts and duplicates itself, which makes it a little bit harder for the antivirus to find. This is known as a polymorphic virus. Other category that it's an armor virus, which tries to shield itself by obscuring the true location in the system, and its code making it harder to a reverse engineer to create signatures for it. Now we have worms. Worms are it's a self-replicating malware that does not require human interaction. Their main goal is to just spread and cripple resources or turn computers into zombies. Trojan horses, also known as Trojans, is hidden malware that causes damage to a system or gives an attack access to the host. They are usually introduced into the environment to a computer by posing as a vending package, such as a game, wallpaper, or any kind of download. Spyware. The main goal of spyware is to track and report the usage of the host or to collect data that the attacker desires to obtain. It can include web browsing history, personal information, banking information, any kind of files that the attacker wants to chase. Then we have adware. Adware, code that automatically displays or downloads unsolicited advertisements, usually seen on a browser pop-up. RATs. It stands for Remote Access Tool or Remote Access Trojans. RATs allow an attacker to gain unauthorized access and control a computer. Lastly, we have a rootkit. It's a piece of software that is intended to take full or partial control of a system at the lowest level. Now we have ransomware. We all hear about ransomware, but what really is ransomware? It's a malware that infects a host with a code that restricts the access to the computer or the data on it. The attacker demands a ransom to be paid to get the data back. If it's not paid in an amount of time, the data will be destroyed. On the right, we can see the banner where the ransomware takes control of the host, asking for payment with a timer. The most recent spread occurred on May 2017 with the WannaCry ransomware. If you wish to learn more on how to respond against ransomware attacks, please check the link. It includes topics such as how can you protect your critical information and resources, how to identify the specific variant of ransomware, and how to contain and remove the ransomware from the infected systems.
In this video, you will learn to describe other cybersecurity threats besides malware, describe botnets, keyloggers, logic bombs, and their components.
Now we will speak regarding other threats out there. So botnets are a set of compromised hosts that enables attackers to exploit those computer resources to mount attacks. This kind of tactic is used by black hat hackers in order to run operations such as sending spam, doing denial of service attacks, phishing, spyware, mine personal information, or cryptocurrency. The computer's path Part of this botnet are also known as zombies or drones that await commands from a bot master or a bot herder. Other malware attacks. We have keyloggers. Keylogger is any hardware software that records every keystroke made by a user. We have logic bombs. It's code that dormants on a target until it's triggered by a specific event such as a data and time. When the condition is met, it detonates to perform whatever it was programmed to do, usually erasing data or corrupting systems. Then we have APTs, or Advanced Persistent Threats. Its main goal is to get access and monitor the network to steal information while staying undetected for a long period of time. Usually it targets organizations such as military, government, finance, or companies that have high-value information. Some known groups that are out there are Fancy Bear of Russia, Lazarus Group of North Korea, or Periscope Group of China.
In this video, you will learn to describe how to protect systems against malware and cyber attacks.
We spoke about malware and the things that they do. Now let's talk a little bit of how do we protect against them. How can we protect us? We have technical controls. Technical controls are the hardware or software that aid into protecting the information, which may include antivirus, which scans files for executable code and matches signatures that are known viruses. We also have internal operation systems, internal detection systems, and unified threat management systems. Those are systems that can look for attack signatures in progress or indicators of compromise on the environment. Each implementation is unique and it depends on the organization's security needs. Then we have updates. With all the software deployed, we need to stay up to date to prevent creating new holes into our security. This is done by applying the security patches. Then we have operational controls, also known as administrative controls. They are put in place by management and depends on the staff on complying in order to be effective. One of those controls are policies. So policies, it's a written document issued by an organization to ensure that all its users comply with the rules and guidelines related to security. An example could be a password policy, which the enterprise requires a minimum of 15 characters with at least one special symbol. Then we have trainings. Training is to make sure the users of the organization are aware of its policies or threats out there. An example could be a social engineering training. How it shows the user how to deal with the social engineering attacks. And lastly, we have revision and tracking. Revision and tracking, it means ensuring that the items that we just mentioned stay up to date.
In this video, you will learn to describe how network mapping, or casing the joint, is used by bad actors, what commands are used, and what information is commonly gathered. Describe the countermeasures that can be used against mapping threats.
Now let's take a dive into specific security threats against internet-based enterprises. One of the first ones we'll take a look at today, here on slide 12, is the idea about network mapping. So this is basically casing the joint, where our adversaries will scan the network. They'll find out what devices are on there, what services, what protocols are on the network, using ping commands, right? There's also other tools like nmap to determine what hosts are on the network and what their addresses are. Certainly port scanning comes into play, and we talked about nmap a little bit earlier, which is a network exploration tool. So one of the questions is, given this problem set of our adversaries scanning our network and looking for hosts and essentially getting the topography of that, what can we do? You can take a look at recording network traffic entering the network, looking for suspicious activity, IP addresses, ports being scanned sequentially. By the way, these are network anomalies that good seams like QRadar will be able to pick up and create an alert. We can also use a good host scanner, for example, as that found in QRadar, keep a good inventory of the hosts on the network. What would that do for us? Well, by good asset management, by the way, which is needed for patch management at a minimum, we can create a whitelist or a list of authorized devices by MAC address that are allowed on the network, so that we can, if there's additional activity, another host that gets put on play, we will know this because it'll be a whitelist violation.
In this video, you will learn to describe packet sniffing and how it can be used to gather information about your network, describe the countermeasures you can deploy to safeguard against packet sniffers.
Packet sniffing, which is another predominant internet security threat. So this is a broadcast style where it uses broadcast methods, for example, such as UDP. The network interface card, the NIC, right, by definition, reads all packets that are passed by when it's in the promiscuous mode. It can read all unencrypted data, so that if a password is sent in the clear, for example, like with Telnet, right, a NIC card that's in promiscuous mode will pick that up. We'll take a look at this diagram here on slide 14, and we see client B communicating with client A. The payloads, rather the field headers in the IP package, talks about the source as being B, the destination being A, and the payload. Well, client C, running in promiscuous mode, will be able to detect all of that information. So how do we conduct countermeasures against this? One countermeasure for packet sniffing is that all of the hosts, all the computer clients, plus the computer network services like servers and routers and switch, run software that check periodically if that host interface is in a promiscuous mode. So as you can see, that NIC card promiscuous mode is the dangerous element for that, right? So, and basically we also have this set up that only one host per segment of the broadcast media, which is either switched Ethernet at the hub. So the diagram, once again, on the bottom of page 15 shows the threat and the opportunity for client C to pick up message traffic between B and A when it's in a promiscuous mode.
In this video, you will learn to describe how IP spoofing can be used by attackers, describe how ingress filtering can be used as a countermeasure to safeguard against IP spoofing and its level of effectiveness.
So the following security threat talks about IP spoofing. We talked about this briefly during the authentication phase in an earlier module, where one can generate fake bogus IP packets directly from an application, putting any value you want into the IP source. Remember Trudy masquerading as Alice. That was the technique used there. And the receiver, which would of course be Bob, can't tell that the source is spoofed. So we have a diagram here on page 16 that graphically expresses client C attempting to masquerade as client B in the source field of that packet. So how do we protect against this? Called ingress filtering, that talks about internal routers not forwarding up packets with invalid source addresses. These are datagram source addresses that are not in the router's network. You can't mandate that for all networks, so this is going to be, at best, a partial solution.
In this video, you will learn to describe how denial of service and distributed denial of service attacks are carried out, Describe how packet filtering and traceback can be used to help counter denial of service attacks and the shortcomings of these measures.
One of the major attack scenarios in the cybersecurity world is that of the denial of service, or DOS. So this has to do with a flood of maliciously generated packets that basically overwhelm, swamp the receiver. They spend so much time handling the incoming packets that they have no time for other computationally intensive activities. There's single denial of service attacks. There's also distributed, which is DDoS, which talks about multiple sources swamping a receiver. The distributed attacks are resistant to single IP blocking, right? And we see that activity demonstrated in the diagram here on the bottom of page 18. So what's a countermeasure for getting out, right? Flooded packets before reaching the host, having a filter. But the problem there is that you're going to be filtering out solid and legitimate packets along with the bad. You could talk about the ability to trace back to the source of the floods, but this only applies against innocent and compromised machines. So the idea about dynamic filtering, being able to adjust as the traffic patterns are realized, plus the ability to intelligently filter out packets, will help reduce the effect of denial of service.
In this video, you will learn to describe how host insertions are used to compromise a network. Describe what measures can be taken to protect against unauthorized insertion of a new host on your network.
Host insertions, right? So the ability, once an insider threat, the ability to place a computer client on the network or a server on the network with bad intent. So this actually goes onto the network, hoping that it's not going to be detected and it can move on to its nefarious goals. These are done both as clients and as servers. So how can one protect against host insertions? Slide 21 talks about the idea about maintaining accurate inventories of computer hosts by MAC addresses. This is the fundamental technology behind asset management. Solid asset management is part of a larger governance program. It also applies directly to patch maintenance and vulnerability management. So the idea about a scanner, QRadar has a scanner internally that can generate very accurate inventories of computer assets on the network. So not just hosts, but all of this. Servers, the network criteria, all of those can be listed by MAC addresses. So with a constant or continual scanning capability, you will determine, the scanner will ascertain computer clients or hosts that are not on the whitelist. So missing hosts are okay. This is somebody where a system's turned off either for maintenance or it's a notebook computer that's off of the network. New hosts that are not on that MAC address whitelist, that's bad news, and that's when the red lights and the sirens go off. Some of the remaining security threats to keep in mind are that of the rogue software process. This is a software program, a software agent that has been inserted maliciously on the internal network. This can be inserted both by the internal and the external threat. Once again, a whitelist approach about being able to maintain a list of viable and legitimate software applications in the enterprise. A key part of a solid governance program will help identify unwanted and uninvited software processes in the enterprise. Once those are identified, right, a vulnerability management software can help eradicate those software processes. These generally are inserted onto a host, right, a computer platform, either a client or a server, intentionally The other variation of this is that a legitimate software process is modified for evil purposes. So what would they do for this? Obviously, network traffic monitoring to be able to ghost or understand the network traffic patterns. So we talked earlier also in the first module about traffic flow analysis. Well, these are actually the tools that observe traffic flow and in turn ascertain and try to obtain intelligence or at least information about the enterprise given the way the traffic patterns are shaping. And additionally, this is also used for the exfiltration of sensitive data. We think about customer information, credit cards, but crypto keys also are a target for exfiltration.
In this video, you will learn to describe what a cyber kill chain is and how each link in the chain contributes to the success of an attack.
The kill chain, as I said before, are a set of activity that needs to be done to compromise the victim. Usually the kill chain is referred to the malware, but each single attack could have a specific kill chain. So we will see later, the SQL injection requires some specific activity that needs to be done. For what regarding the malware itself, those are the most common activities that needs to be done. So recognize signs, that means basically understand what are the vulnerabilities that can be exposed. Weaponization means identify what is the exploit. Things to WannaCry, for example, the WannaCry exploit was Eternal Blue. For delivery, I need to make sure that the malicious payload that I have created could be an application to ask for ransomware, could be an exploit of the vulnerability, but at the end of the story, there is something that needs to arrive to the target, and that is the delivery part. Exploitation is the activity to start the exploit of the specific vulnerability. So once the malicious payload is arrived, I need to exploit that specific vulnerability. Then, of course, I need to install some other components that are not necessarily malware, but are things that I know to start my activity. So if I need to crypt some data, you ask ransomware later, I need to have on the target also a tool that makes a crypting of the data. This is not a malware. And by the way, this is something that is very important for malware in general. You will be surprised, but developing a malware is not illegal. It's very difficult to define what is illegal. Once you have a program that does something, the fact that the program does something not necessarily can be associated to a malware. Sometimes we create something that can be used by a good guy, but can be used also by a bad guy. So crypting a data in general is not something bad. But if you crypt a data and you ask ransom for that, at that point that goes to be illegal. That is also another particular challenge that we have in the defense. Well, this is quite common. This is quite common for malware. Establish a common control session. So I need to control the activity from outside, and that in the last families of malware, this is also something that is very much interesting, in the sense that very often my real objective is not to compromise the victim, but to use the victim computer to start as an attack to third parties. So this is by itself. So if I capture your computer data, and from your computer I perform an attack to the Martina computer. Okay, in this case, the real incident, if you want, are two. One is that I'm using your computer to perform attack to third party. The second, that I use your computer to store some data from the Martina. And finally, actions and objective. So once you have a command and control, you can perform something, encrypting data or installing the application for the ransom, request money, and so on and so forth. Another thing that I think that is very much interesting in this description is the fact that we think of the malware as something that has been created by one person to compromise another person. Each single of these activity usually is could be performed by different organizations. Very often we talk about cybercrime as a service. So there are several organizations that are specialized in delivery, for example, through spam, through malvertisement, or there are people that are very well specialized in the reconnaissance space. So, understanding what are the vulnerabilities. It's nice to know that there are. I see more often companies that, in order to understand if their system are vulnerable or not, launch some specific contests that are called bug bounty is the right word. So basically, bug bounty is a sort of challenge that the company does to understand if there are vulnerability in their services. Actually, the same stuff is done by attacker as well, and so also attack very often launch contests in dark web to find some vulnerability that the attacker can exploit later.
In this video, you will learn to describe social engineering and how it is used as an effective method of cyber exploitation.
So now let's talk about social engineering. Social engineering is actually pretty easy to understand. Question yourself, how could you trick somebody to do something that they don't want to do? And think it the good way. I mean, how could you trick somebody to give you her or his password? I mean, if you go and ask your friends to give him a password for a social network, probably they won't do that because they understand that the password is something important for them to have privately or separated from the public information that they could give to somebody. So the question or the process to perform a social engineering attack is how could you trick somebody to give you something that is private? And this is something that we use normally on offensive security operations, because when we try to exploit things from the technical perspective, in some occasions we deal with advanced firewalls, with advanced systems that will block all the attacks that we are delivering to the client or the victim network. So one of the easy way to perform or get information or try to exploit things inside the network of the client, of the victim, is try to gain information from the users, gain information from somebody inside the network that already have, for example, a password, a username to log in into a VPN system. So if you already have the URL, the external URL to log in into a SSL VPN system, but you need the password, you need the username for you to be able to log in into that remote system. The easy way to get that probably is a social engineering attack. Now, how could you perform a social engineering attack? That's actually pretty easy also. Again, this is something that you need to have permission to do that or to do it. There is a lot of tools over there that you could use. A tool that it's actually pretty easy is called Set Toolkit. Set Toolkit is something that came in Kali Linux, but you also could install on your system without any Linux installation or without any specific Linux distribution. But it's something that will have a set of tools. Is like said on the title, is a toolkit where you can create, for example, fake websites, create or clone websites from public internet domains or private internet domains. For example, you can go and clone external website from your client, from your victim, and with a couple of tweaks, you could try to impersonate somebody, and that somebody could send an email using a phishing attack to a username inside the network, inside your victim network or your client network, and see if the user get or click on the link that you send and add all the credentials, write all the credentials on that user and password login, fake HTML, for example. So that's not all. I mean, the social engineering toolkit has a lot of tools. Actually, you could also spoofing spoofing voice calls. So that's something interesting for you to to test. Again, you need to have permission in order to try to exploit something from a client. I mean, you cannot do by any means any kind of clone a private website and try to phishing a set of usernames and try to get them to click a link and give you the credentials for any kind of systems. You need to have the permission for do that. But the important part here to understand is there is a lot of good tools. There is a lot of things that you can start doing to understand how could you trick somebody to do something that they shouldn't do.
In this video, you will learn to describe phishing and vishing campaigns, how they work, and how they differ.
Something else that you could do is start like something that we call a phishing campaign. And there is a lot of good tools. One that I normally use is GoPhish. GoPhish is an open source phishing platform that will give you a lot of tools, a lot of information to try to understand if your cybersecurity training program inside your company, inside your network, is something that it's adding value to the knowledge of the users. So a quick example here is as soon as you start using the Go Phishing framework, you could start creating a campaign with a fake email, fake URL, and a fake HTML, and send that email to a set of users and understand if the user clicked the email, if they open the email, or if they add credentials into the fake URL, for you to understand if all the security awareness programs that you have on your company are good enough or sufficient for the user to understand what they shouldn't do if they receive a phishing email. So another example of social engineering is this YouTube video. It's something that we call vishing. In this video, you will see a girl talking with an agent representative from a telephone company, and she will try to trick the IT guy, the support guy from the telephone company, to add her as one of the contacts on her husband telephone plan. But there is a couple of tweaks here. There is a couple of things. Obviously, this is a quick example of a phishing attack. Phishing attack is something like phishing. So in phishing, you send a fake email with fake information in order to try for a user to give you something. In a vishing, you are doing the same, but you are not using email. You are using your voice. So that's why we call it vishing. So I recommend you to watch this video, pay close attention of the techniques that she's using in order to trick the user, the agent of the telephonic company, and basically try to understand all the different aspects of the social engineering process. You will need to have a certain skills in order to perform these kind of attacks, because obviously you need to have confidence, you need to have skills that will help you a lot when you are talking with somebody and try to manipulate somebody in order for you to get information.
In this video, you will learn to describe what is meant by cyber war and the online resources available to understand the global picture.
For this lesson, we will talk about cyber war. It's a link where you will find information regarding significant cyber incidents since 2006. So there is a good information regarding the current cyber operations delivered by countries or forces that allies with countries to execute cyber operations. So, for example, one of the interesting parts here in this infographic is the amount of cyber incidents per nation, even if the nation generates the incident or the nation receive the attack. So, for example, as you may see here, based on this information from this cybersecurity report, China performed during this year almost 100 Nate incidents where he deployed cybersecurity attacks. He received also, or the nation of China received also 25 incidents. But one of the interesting part here is United States. United States received 117 incidents during this year. So this is something important. Again, I'll also understand that United States deliver 9 incidents or create or generates 9 incidents during this year. So if you want to understand more about which incidents the countries receive or what are the cyber operations that the nations are developing right now, here's a lot of examples. So for example, this one in April of this year, Iranian hackers reportedly undertook and hacking a campaign against bank, local government networks, and other public agencies in UK. So the important part here to understand, first of all, is it says Iranian hackers, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the government of Iran is performing the attacks. And this is something important because, as you may know, there is a lot of actors in the cybersecurity warfare here. Normally, we have the cyber operations from nations directly. So there is a cyber command on US, on UK, on China that will develop not just offensive but also defense security operations. But then we have like hackers hired by those nations to perform the attacks. So one of the things that we need to understand is when these kind of reports, or if you saw something or you see something on the news talking about cyber warfare or China attacking United States or United States attacking North Korea, normally, and that's the tricky part of the cyber warfare scenario, normally we're talking about groups of hackers that covers their operations using states as the false flag for their security attacks. So again, there is some interesting attacks here. Probably some of these attacks are, like I mentioned, generated by other actors that are not necessarily governments. But there is some actions that definitely are generated by governments. So, for example, this one in March of this year, Iran's intelligence service hacked into a former IDF chief and Israeli opposition leader Benny Gantz on his cell phone ahead of the Israeli April elections. So this is something that actually the Israeli intelligence detect, and they point all the IOCs, all the information that they collect to the government intelligence agency from Iran. So here is an example of one operation generated and deployed by the government, not necessarily deployed by the group of hackers. So that's one of the tricky parts of the cyber warfare scenarios right now. Again, you could go and download the full list, understand what is happening right now. There is a good resources on Amazon, for example, to understand a little bit better the cyber war scenario currently. So there is a good book called 0 Days. It's the history of it's also a film here, but there is a book, Countdown to Zero Day. This book will tell the story of Stuxnet. Stuxnet was a malware virus deployed supposedly by a nation to cause some destruction on the Iranian nuclear plant. So here is a good resource for you to understand the current scenario. Also, it's more like a story. So this Stuxnet malware happens 2007. So it's actually pretty old, but it's like the first major cyber attack from nation to nation recorded in the recent history on the internet. So that's a good resource for you to understand and take a quick look of this cyber war in these days.
In this video, you will learn to describe various resources available to you to help your organization protect itself against cybercrime and cybercriminals.
We started with the attack methodologies, but attack methodologies, of course, are something mandatory. That if someone wants to attack you, you need to understand what is the arsenal that the possible attacker has. But there are a lot of information that, of course, needs to be understood and digested very well. Here there are a couple of information that I would suggest to have a look, but there are many other information that you can go and start on the internet and search for it. Information is very much important. Every single day, usually I try to understand what is happening today, because this is something that is very much different from automation and security and cybersecurity in general. On automation, you can survive, you can stay alive, you can keep your competence and skill updated also without studying each single day. Cybersecurity, unfortunately, every single day people develop new arsenals that need to be very well digested, because if not, you cannot be protected by something that you don't know. Okay, so information, let's start with the cybercrime, or if you want, Cybersecurity Triad reports. In IBM, we have the X-Force report. X-Force is a report that is created by IBM Cybersecurity Research. So these three reports, I would say, are very trusted reports, and they year after year, quarter after quarter, for some of these books, there are updates that I would recommend to download and always keep in mind. Then there are also information that you can search that provide to you some much more personalized information. So, for example, in IBM we have Exchange, X-Force Exchange. X-Force Exchange is a portal, and this portal, you can query the portal with some specific IOC. So IP address, host name, hash file, email address, and you can see if this specific, and the X-Force will return to you everything that they know about that specific IOC that you have queried. Also, IBM make available a portal that provides you in a cybersecurity report that is very much specific to the sector, to the industry, to the country that you are querying to. So, for example, if you want to know how many, if SQL injection is used in Italy, okay, at that point you can ask a report, a specific statistic on this, and you can understand how this is important. I mean, if you need to protect your client, or if you need to protect yourself, you want to understand if there are threats that are referring to that specific client, to that specific area. In that case, you can decide to spend this 1 cent in that particular area. So, if maybe, so for example, if you know that you do not, if you know that you do not have an LDAP, and if you know that SQL injection is not very popular in the south of Italy, why you should start worrying about protecting against SQL injection. Maybe you can invest something, this 1 cent on totally different stuff. Also, something that I would recommend to use is the data breach report. So that basically provides you the information on how much it can cost a data breach on a specific client. This is not this is not cast you to the exact data, but of course, I mean, this is something that you can use either in case of selling or in case of also decide on where do you want to invest your dollar. I mean, if you know that a data breach to your site can cost a lot of millions of euros, that maybe probably this protecting against that specific data breach is something.
Hi, I'm Javier. I'm a cybersecurity engineer at IBM Security, and I've been with the team for about 4 years. I originally started as a network security engineer 10 years ago. When I come into work, I work closely with the Security Operations Center, reviewing cybersecurity incidents and making decisions to improve our detection capabilities. As part of my daily tasks, I work with threat intelligence a lot. I run exercises to review and understand attack and techniques like the ones described in the MITRE ATT&CK framework, for instance, and help with the integration of better tools to catch the bad guys. I'm very familiar with technologies such as SIEM, firewalls, IPS, resilient, machine learning, and others. And one tool that I consider crucial is SIEM, because it allows us to perform advanced correlation, threat intelligence integration, and it certainly adds great value to our operation. Thank you very much.
Thanks you for watching my video. Please like and subscribe my channel. Thank you for spending your valuable time with us. Your views and support mean the world to us. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you for being a loyal viewer.
In Module 3, Kenneth, John, and Dom will take you through some key security concepts, including the CIA Triad, access control, incident response, and the security frameworks. You will be introduced to NIST, the U.S. National Institute for Standards and Technology. There is a link to the NIST Cybersecurity Framework for additional reading. We will go into more detail on NIST and the frameworks in a future course. Now, let's take a look at those concepts.
In this video, you will learn to describe what is meant by confidentiality in the context of the CIA Triad.
In this video, we're going to talk about the key concepts on the cybersecurity world, especially something related to a term that is commonly known as the CIA Triad. First, we need to understand that these three letters means everything in cybersecurity. The meaning of each of these letters are actually this: C for confidentiality, I for integrity, and E for availability. Confidentiality is actually pretty simple. We deal with confidentiality almost every day, and it means that we are going to keep the data, keep the system, keep our technology asset or technological asset confidential, or prevent any disclosure of confidential data or confidential access from this computer, this system, that document to non-authorized parties. So, for example, one confidential data that we normally use are our personal information. Not necessarily all the people that we know needs to understand or needs to know all the data that we keep confidential on our computer, on our cell phone or something like that. So in order to implement confidentiality in our world, in the cybersecurity world, we normally use encryption. Encryption, we are going to talk about encryption in another video, but encryption means that we are going to use a cipher in order to prevent any confidential data to be exposed to the public or to non-authorized. Other key elements that allow us to implement confidentiality are, for example, authentication, access control, physical security, things that will allow us to maintain any a certain level of restriction to our data, to our systems, to our technology, and our assets.
In this video, you will learn to describe what is meant by integrity in the context of the CIA Triad.
The other concept that we're going to explore today is integrity. Integrity is actually something that is similar to confidentiality, but there are some differences. For example, integrity is just the principle that all the data, all the information, all the systems that we are going to use are not modified, are not changed by any system, by any user, by any person in the transit or in the meantime that we are going to use that system. So, for example, if we're going to send an email from our email client to our company's headquarters saying that we are going to, I don't know, we're going to use a system to access remotely the computer of the client, and we send on that email the software, the VPN software that we are going to use. One of the key concepts that integrity deals with is the importance that that mail that we're going to send is not going to be tampered, is not going to be modified in the transit. So basically, integrity deals with the process that each the pieces of the information that we're going to send, that we're going to receive, are the original pieces. How can we implement, how can we use integrity in our company, in our cybersecurity life? We normally use hashes. That concept, the hash concept, is something important. Is something that we're going to explore in some videos in the future. But in the meantime, the important part of the hashes is explain that the hash is an algorithm, is a mathematical algorithm that it's going to create like a signature of the file, of the email, of the data that we are going to use. For example, and I just going to explore a couple of things here. So, for example, if we go to internet, let's go to Google, and we can go to hash generator online. Here we could, for example, go to the second link. Here is the URL, passwordgenerator.net. And here we are going to enter a password, enter a text. Actually, we could add something like secure password. This secure password, if we generate a hash algorithm using the SHA-256 algorithm or mathematical encryption, we're going to translate this word, the secure password word, into these numbers and letters. This information, actually, if you use this secure word to log in into your, for example, into your email account, if you go and try to, instead of use this secure password, you use this string here, these letters and numbers, you are going to be rejected by the system. But in the cybersecurity world, these numbers, these keys, these letters and numbers means that if somebody it's going to use this password, the signature, the hash, will be something like this. If, for example, if we change the D for S, for example, the hash totally change. So again, if we change the S for the D, the hash will be the same. So this is a clear example of what hash means. It's a procedure where the a mathematical algorithm goes and generate a signature for, in this case, for a word, but we can generate a signature for a file, for something like a document, something like that. Another example, probably more clear example, is something like this. We could go to kali.org. This is a Linux distribution where used normally by pen testers to test security in the enterprise environment. But if we go here and we go to downloads, then download Kali Linux, we're going to see a lot of links to download this Linux distribution. But one interesting part here is this SHA-256-SIM. This is the algorithm, this is the hash that we need to validate as soon as we download this Kali Linux Lite version of Kali. So, for example, if we download this file, we start download, for example, here in HTTP, the file will be downloaded, and as soon as the download finish, we could, or we should actually go to something like this hash file online. We could go to maybe here, file calculator. In this case, we are going to use, so this site md5file.com will allow us to drop files and generate SHA algorithms or the SHA results for these 5 different algorithms. This means that, for example, as soon as these download finish, if we upload the file here into this online calculator and we receive something different than this number in the SHA-256-SIM, the file probably will be corrupted, or the file suffers something in the transit between the Kali servers and our computer. So that's a clear example of how we could use hashes in the real world, in the cybersecurity world.
In this video, you will learn to describe what is meant by availability in the context of the CIA Triad.
And the last one, it's for availability. Availability means, and actually we deal with availability every day, but means that any data should be available always when it's needed. So a clear example of a lack of availability is do not have any kind of backups for our data, for our systems. So what happens when a cyber attack, for example, occurs and somebody download a ransomware in our network, and all the data from our computers, from our servers are erased or are encrypted? Well, the easiest thing to do actually is go to our backup and restore the data using the last available backup available, or using the last backup that we have on our system, and restore everything and continue our life, continue our work as nothing happened. But in some occasions, these kind of processes, storing a backup or generating backups, it's something that is not necessarily common in most of the enterprises. So some technical implementations that we could use, or we could use to implement or add availability in our network, in our systems, are rates. Rates are like these arrangements. These technology is something that, for example, will allow us to keep or to install 2, 3, 4, even actually, I don't know, thousands of hard drives in our servers, in our systems, to backup or to add redundancy into our servers for our data. So, for example, if we have 4 different drives in our file server and one drive goes down because a mechanical part broken, well, doesn't matter. We have 3 different drives that has the same information, and we could maintain the access to our data. Clusters are a technology that allow us to maintain a different set of servers working as one. So it's something similar as a RAIDs, but on clusters, we are not dealing with hard drives. We're not dealing with drives. We're dealing with servers. ISP redundancy, obviously, is something important. What happens if we only have one internet connection to our company and something happened and that internet connection goes down? Well, something important is in these days, when we are using a lot of things on cloud, probably it's a good idea to have a next or a second ISP to have internet in our company. And obviously backups. We already talked about backups and the important things that we need to keep in mind as soon as we work with backups and restore data.
In this video, you will learn to describe what is meant by non-repudiation and how it applies to the CIA Triad.
Another key term that we need to understand is something called non-repudiation. Non-repudiation is pretty simple. It's actually a valid proof that the identity of the data sender of the data receiver is not modified, is not altered, not even on the transit, but in the origin of the data. So, for example, how could we use something, or how could we implement some technology that will allow us to understand if somebody sent an email, that person is actually that person, is not an attacker from, I don't know, from another country trying to impersonate the person that sent the email. So that's something that we normally implement with digital signatures. And obviously, if we go to our, for example, in this specific scenario, if we go to our mail server, we could also go to the logs and see if somebody, for example, if Kenneth sent an email to his boss saying that he quit. So if there is no logs, if there is no digital signature on the receiver side that says that Kenneth sent this email, that should be something important to keep in mind for the non-repudiation concept. So as soon as the Kenneth boss goes to Kenneth's office and says, "Hey, are you really quitting here?" That's something that in this scenario Kenneth could say like, "Hey, no, I'm actually not sending those emails. Somebody is trying to impersonate." So that's something that we're going to talk about in the future. How could we use encryption? How could we use public key infrastructure to generate digital signatures? And how could we understand logs in different systems? But at this moment, it's important to understand this concept, the non-repudiation concept.
In this video, you will learn to describe various methods of ensuring effective access management to an organization's computing resources.
So we're going to go over some key concepts. Now we're going to talk about authorization. Authorization is the process of allowing somebody to access a specific object. There are different types of criteria. You could restrict access by groups, by time frame or specific dates, also by physical location or transaction type. What this means basically you could allow, in this case, subjects or people to access objects or files or directories based on specific groups. For example, the administrator group will have access to more data than, for example, somebody on a different group such as maybe a financial person in a different group, like a financial group or something like that. You could also restrict access by time frame, meaning from 8 to 5, people can access specific files, but any attempt to access those files outside those time frames will be denied. Also, a specific date, let's say Monday to Friday. Those will be the days that the people working on-site will be allowed to access those files. You could also restrict the access to specific objects or files or directories, again, by physical location. So, for example, you want people only located in the USA to access those files, or you want people only outside the USA to access those type of files or specific information. You could also restrict the access to transactions. You don't want people to write in specific files, but maybe you want people to be able to read those files. We need to talk about need to know as well.
The need to know is the justification for somebody to request access to a specific data. If my specific job or my job duties require me to know something, and maybe that will be the justification for me to have access to specific files and directories. And all of this is basically centralized on something that's called single sign-on. This is very widely used on enterprises. And what this does is basically you log in once, and the single sign-on will allow you access to websites or to different files with just a single one-time login process. There are some authentication concepts that we need to understand. First of all, it's the identity proof. On most systems, they will ask you for an identity and authentication. To put an example, the username will be your identity proof. That's something that identifies you and only you. But you need, after identifying yourself, you need to authenticate that you are actually who you're saying you are. And basically that's done through the password. So the password will give you authentication, and your username will give you identification. Kerberos, it's a protocol used to implement single sign-on. And there are some mutual authentication like CHAP. And these are some type of authentication processes that are used to communicate two systems. They rely on a secret key or a pre-shared key. More specifically, in Active Directory, we have something called security ID. And this basically, it's a unique ID given to objects and subjects, meaning it's an ID that identifies a person, and also it's able to identify an object, meaning, for example, a group, a specific group or a specific file. Most of the operating systems that we know, it use discretionary access controls. Basically, the discretionary access control is a type of access control that allows the users to give access to their own data to whomever they want. Meaning, if I have a text file with a sensitive data, I'm responsible for who's allowed to view and edit that file because it's my file and it's discretionary to me to give that access to anyone that I want to.
In this video, you will learn to describe the management process of incident response, how it is implemented, and why it is important to an overall security schema.
In this video, we are going to talk about incident response. Incident response is a process, is a management process or a managed process that most of today's companies are dealing with. It's actually something really, really important because it will understand or it will generate information about incidents, about events or errors or even attacks that computer networks or networks at all are suffering. So this means that as soon as somebody or something happen in our network that is not normal, that is something that is not expected by the sysadmin or by anyone in the company, it will generate an incident. So how could we take that incident? How could we take that event and try to understand what happened? How could we prevent any new incident in the future, or how could we restore the service or the data or the computer or the network as soon as possible? All of those concepts are incident management. Obviously, there is a lot of things, and we are going to talk about those things now. So basically, there is some key components on the incident management process. First of all, it's important to understand what is an event. An event obviously could be something that is not normal, something that is not part of the normal behavior of the network or normal behavior of the company, but that actually is an incident. We're going to talk about incident in a couple of minutes. But right now, an event could be something that changed the normal behavior of the system. Could be something that could be programmed or not, is something that changed what is the normal process on the company, on the network, on the computer, or it will be something that, for example, something like a access control list update, or a firewall policy was pushed or was updated by someone in the company, or a login event into the server. Could be something normal, could be something expected or not, but normally, and the common criteria here is something that change the normal behavior or change the normal process in the company, in the system, in the computer. Now we have the incident. The incident is the negative part of the event. So for example, if somebody goes log into the server and update the ACL, that's an event. That event could be generated, or could be something that is expected because there is a ticket that says that, hey, the system administrator needs to go to the server and update the ACL in order to grant access to some part of the network, or in order to grant access to the VPN user or something like that. But what happened if somebody detects that someone goes to the server, change the ACL, and disable or deny all the access to the servers in the company from the external network? So nobody from internet, nobody from the external network of the company can access the servers. That is an incident. So it's something that will negatively impact the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of the security in the organization. Normally, those incidents impacts the business in so different ways. So, for example, could impact the normal service of the company, could impact the legal part of the company, could impact the operational part of the company, the financial part of the company. Okay. Now, to deal with the incidents, we have the response team. The response team, commonly known as the CSIRT, is the team that will, first of all, in some occasions, identify the breach, identify the incident, will deal with process to resolve the incident and resolve the issue that we're having right now. So, for example, if somebody goes to the server, disable and firewall policy, and nobody from the external network can access the internal network, the response team will try to fix that firewall policy and try to restore the access to the internal network of the company. Now, one important part of the response team is the investigation process. They need to understand what happened. They need to collect evidence. They need to maintain the chain of custody of that process, of that event, of that incident, in order to understand why this incident happened, who formed the action, and what they need to do in the future to prevent these incidents to happen again. So that's the quick explanation of what events, incident response team, and investigation means in the incident management universe.
In this video, you will learn to describe the key concepts of incident response, including e-discovery, use of automated systems, business continuity planning and disaster recovery, post-incident activities.
There are some key concepts that we need to understand also. First, the e-discovery process is something really, really important. We need to have our baseline regarding technologies and systems and assets that we are going to use in our systems, in our companies. So the e-discovery process will allow us to get the current status of all the data, all the systems, all the information that we are dealing with in our computers, in our systems, in our network. Also will allow us to understand how could we control the data retention period and the backups of that data. Not necessarily data, but we could also understand things like, for example, if this system, it's important, if we have this system that will deals with a payroll on monthly basis, is this really important? Do we need to care about the data retention here? Do we care? Do we need to care about the backup? Do we need to care about the restore of this system in case of any incident happen? So that's important process, that e-discovery process. Then we have automated systems. We have a lot of things right now in our current environments. We have CMs like Splunk, Curator, RSite. We have user behavior analytics. We have big data analysis. We have honeypots and honey tokens, artificial intelligence. We have a lot of things. Why we have a lot of things? Because we have a lot of assets. We have a lot of data. If we only have one computer in our company, probably will be easy for the response team to understand why an incident happened, how could we restore the service affected, and why this incident is happening again and again and again. But what about if we have 1,000 computers, 100 servers, 10 different routers and systems? We need to correlate, we need to centralize all the data generated by those systems and generate reports, generate useful data on that system, and more importantly, generate incidents or generate automated incident alerts that could allow us or could alert the incident response team that something is happening, even before the user or the company was affected by that incident. We have BCP and disaster recovery. BCP means business continuity plan, and disaster recovery is something similar, but we're going to talk about the main differences. The business continuity process is a whole process, a whole plan that we need to implement in our company in order to prevent or in order to actually guide not just the incident response team, but guide all the organization as soon as something happened. What happened when service was affected, and that service won't be available for the external users until the next 3-4 hours. How our company will deal with that, how the client server, the systems, or how the IT department will deal with that, how the client service department will deal with all the calls that they are going to receive from different people outside to the organization. And disaster recovery actually is the process that we need to implement or we need to follow in order to recover all the different areas if a disaster occurs. By the term disaster doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be affected by a hurricane or by a tornado or something like that. It could be something like a cyber attack that will destroy all the data in our data center. How could we go and recover everything from our data center? How could we restore everything? And the process that we need to implement, not just to recover that, but also to inform the authorities, to inform the CEO of the company, or inform to the public that we are going to have a service disrupted because we have an incident that happened in our data center. And obviously, the last term that we are going to explore is the post incident. This post incident is, well, as soon as everything goes okay, as soon as we recover everything, as soon as the service is now up and running, what this incident happened? What is the root cause of this incident? Who did the attack, for example? Who implement or who make the changes? Understand what is the difference between an error, what is the difference between a problem, and what is the difference between an incident. So the important part here is an error. It's something that happened on the system because somebody make an error. So, for example, if you go to the finance system and you type your bank account, and instead of your bank account you type your name and you hit enter and the system crashed because of that, that's probably an error because the system handled poorly the input of the user into a text box. A problem, it's something that is it's a number of errors that normally generates a problem. So if you detect that and you update the system and you implement a patch to fix that input error, but what happens if you detect that somebody or another user goes into another part of the system and again instead of numbers, they put letters and the system crash, well, that could be a problem. The system could have a problem on the input validation side. And an isolated incident could be something that, well, it happened once. We don't know. We still don't know why it happened. But as soon as the user put numbers or put letters instead of numbers, the system crashed. But if we go and try to replicate the error, we go to try to replicate the same behavior, nothing happened. So that could be an isolated incident. The thing is, we need to understand. We need to investigate, and we need to fully understand and analyze all the different types of errors, problems, and systems, error problems and incidents that we detect on our systems. But we need to understand what is an error, what is a problem, and what is an isolated incident. The next part of the post-incident concept is, well, lessons learned and the reports that we could generate from those errors, problems, and incidents in order to understand, in order to learn what happened, how could we prevent those events, and what happened if those events happen again, how could we restore the service as soon as possible.
In this video, you will learn to describe the cybersecurity incident response processes and the 3 phases of prepare, respond, and follow up.
We have how could we deal with the cybersecurity incident process. This is something that came from CREST. CREST actually is a good organization that will have a lot of certifications, a lot of information regarding cybersecurity. And they summarize the cybersecurity incident process in 3 different phases. The first is prepare. Then we have respond, and the last one is follow up. On the first phase, you will need to understand to have the e-discovery process. In other words, you will need to understand what kind of systems you are dealing with. If you have electronic data, do you have that electronic data classified? Or do you have something important to worry about? Do you have controls? Do you have administrative or technical or physical controls to protect your assets? You have, for example, a business impact analysis that will allow you to understand what happens if a certain system goes down, how much money you will lose, how much time you will lose on your operation, for example. As soon as you have all the information in your hand, as soon as you have all the data, you could start dealing with the incident. So first of all, in the phase 2, you will need to identify what is a cybersecurity incident. So for example, if somebody came here into your office and left a USB key on your desk, and you grab the USB key and plug it into your computer, and you download a malware into your computer, that's probably a security incident. But if somebody goes and for example, crash a window in your building because throw a rock, that's probably not a security incident. That's probably, well, it's a security incident, but not a cybersecurity incident. So the way that you are going to deal with a cybersecurity incident will be different than the way that you are dealing with another kind of incidents in your organization. Then you will need to start or trigger the business recovery plan. You will need to trigger the business continuity plan if the incident may require that. But the last part is organization of everything about on the post-incident or the investigation phase, and that's actually the follow-up. You will investigate the incident, why the incident happened, if the incident will happen again, how you will deal with the incident, what are the best controls that you could implement in order to prevent the incident that happen again. So there is a lot of things that you could do on the follow-up. Other thing that it's important to understand or do in the follow-up phase is the trend analysis. So, for example, you know that somebody in your organization grab a USB key and plug it into a computer in the internal network, and a malware goes through all your network and infect a lot of computers. So probably that is trend. If somebody
again, goes and leave USB keys on the parking lot, for example, what is the probability, what is the trend that a lot of people, a lot of your users will grab the same USB key, will go and plug the USB key into your computer. So in order to understand that kind of activity, that kind of behavior will be a trend, you have to probably perform a lot of interviews. You will have to go and grab enough evidence, as we mentioned on the investigation phase, and create a case, create a business case, create a process, create a plan. And one of the outcomes of that plan probably will be a security awareness problem. So that's basically the phases of the cyber incident response plan, cyber incident response process. Something good, if you want to understand a little bit better how a security incident could harm your organization, is this data breach calculator that we have here in IBM. Actually, let's go real quick into this link. If you go here and open this link, you will get something like this. And actually, it's pretty simple. You just need to select here, for example, in what country do you're living, or the cybersecurity incident will be happening. What kind of industry are you dealing with? For example, we could deal with the pharmaceutical industry, and some of the things that you already implement or you don't have on your organization. For example, you could say that you have an artificial intelligence platform, and you have actually data classification schema, and you have employee training. And see, as soon as I start adding new things into these factors, the number or the cost of the cybersecurity incident will low. As soon as I start clicking on the factors and delete the factors from the link here from box that I have, the cybersecurity incident will be higher, the cost will be higher. And then here we have the normal statistics about how, based again on our location, the average time to identify a cybersecurity breach, a data breach, for example, and the top three cost-reducing factors for mitigating data security breaches. So obviously the first one is incident response. Then we have a lot of, or the use of encryption technologies in our data in our systems, and obviously the employee training process. And on the next slide, we have a couple of links also. If you prefer to understand the cybersecurity incident process using a map, you could go to those links. Those are actually pretty good, but you will have a lot of information here. You will see a lot of things, and probably will be overwhelming to understand this, but that's actually pretty cool. You will have here a lot of phases, a lot of steps that you will need to perform as soon as you start or dealing with the cybersecurity incident response. So, for example, here on the step number 3, this is the steps that you may need to follow on the initial response process. So the first step on the initial response, for example, is decising, is have the system and network administrator in place, the business personnel, examining the logs, the reports, your architecture, and should have, for example, information gathering for the system, understand the incident that you are dealing with, understand the system that you are dealing with, in order to start working with the response team, start working with the people.
In this video, you will learn to describe the purpose of frameworks, baselines, and best practices in an effective cybersecurity strategy.
And the last part of this session is frameworks, and there's purposes. We're going to talk about frameworks. We're going to talk about best practices, and here is just a good differentiation between best practices, baseline frameworks, normative, and compliance. So, in the organization, we will have a lot of things. We will have, for example, best practices. We will have a baseline, or we will have framework. A good example of framework is COVID, or a good example of best practices. In some cases, framework, it depends of your business, is ITIL. So those are good things, good controls that will improve, enhance your IT governance, your IT processes, your IT policies, your IT procedures. Those frameworks, those baselines, those best practices will improve the performance of your servers. For example, if you go and grab the best practices for Microsoft regarding the hardening of their database server, for example, you will have a best Microsoft SQL Server. You will have an improved Microsoft SQL Server. But that best practice, that framework, is not something that you will have to have. It's nice to have. You will have a lot of good practices. You will have a lot of controls. You will have a lot of good things. But if you don't have it, that's good. That's something that will not necessarily harm your business. If you don't have guidelines from Microsoft to implement the servers, if you don't have the guidelines from Cisco to implement the Cisco devices, if you don't have the best practices from COVID to improve your IT governance in your company, you won't lose your business. You won't be part of any kind of problem with your regulator, with your government. In the other corner, we have normative and compliance. The difference here is you need to implement normative, you need to have compliance if your business requires that. So, for example, there is something called HIPAA. HIPAA is a normative that will be part of any kind of healthcare company in the United States. So you could have in your healthcare company, you could have COVID, you could have a lot of ITIL processes, you could have all the best practices from your vendors implemented in your systems. But if you don't comply with HIPAA, if you miss 2 points, if you miss 2 processes in HIPAA, probably you won't operate in the United States. You will have penalties from the US government because you are not complying with HIPAA. So that's the main difference between baselines, frameworks, and best practices, and normative and compliance. So as we mentioned, we have a lot of things. We have, for example, as best practices, as frameworks, methodologies that we could implement in our business to improve the way that our business deals with technology. And we could mention, actually we already mentioned a couple of those. We could mention COVID, we could mention ITIL, ISOs. On cybersecurity, we have the ISO 27000 series. We have COSO. We have the PMI, the Project Management Institute, with a lot of project management methodologies. We have the developer recommendations. As soon as you start working with a network, with programming languages, you will have a lot of documentations. You will have a lot of information regarding the best practices that you could follow on your software in your systems to avoid any kind of security incidents, any kind of incident that will harm or will destroy your software.
In this video, you will learn to describe what is meant by an IT governance process, what components are involved, and why it is important.
We have the things that are part of our organization that are something good to have, good to understand, and well, it's good to have, but in most of the cases are necessarily to have. We have strategic and tactic plans. That kind of plans would set all the direction of the organization or the structure of each of the departments, and each department will try to obtain the goals using the strategic plan, because the strategic plan will tell you what is the course of the company. If the company wants to grow, for example, 20% in the next 2 years selling computers, well, probably all the departments inside our company needs to focus their efforts to accomplish that strategic goal. The tactic plans are how could we accomplish the strategic part. So that's those two plans are hand by hand. So that's also important to understand. Policies are actually pretty important. You will need to have a policy to set the baseline, to set the structure of process that you want to have. So, for example, here is a quick example. You have in your business internet access for your users. So, first thing that you need to have actually is the policy. How the users will access the internet, what the users can do and cannot do on the internet. So a policy, user internet policy should be in place for let the users know what they cannot do and what they can do. Now, there is a procedure. A procedure is, for example, what a new user should do in order to have internet. So it doesn't matter at this point, for example, in the procedure, if the user can go to a sports website and watch a game, but the procedure in this scenario will allow the user to request internet access to the IT staff, for example. As soon as the user have internet access, the user will probably prompt to read the internet usage policy, and the user will need to accept the policy in order to get internet access. That's something that we normally use or we normally experiment on the public internet access locations. So, for example, if you go to Starbucks and you are trying to use the internet access from Starbucks, as soon as you connect to a Wi-Fi network, you will receive a captive portal with a lot of information, a lot of data that says, in other words, that all the information, all the data that you are going to send into using that Wi-Fi connection will be Starbucks will not have any responsibility on that. So that's a quick example of what is a policy and what is a procedure. A procedure is, again, the process that you need to follow in order to have something, in order to perform something. And the policy is simply the rules that you will need to understand, that you will need to accept to start using your computer, your internet, your device. Governance is the understanding of all the different parts of the organization with a simple goal, with not necessarily a single, with a one unique goal. So, for example, COVID is a good framework that will allow your company to improve the IT governance in your organization, because all the different parts of the organization will talk the same language. So, for example, if somebody in accounting needs a modification on the payroll system because they found a bug, they know that if they want a modification in the system, they will need to, for example, go to the intranet and create a ticket number, create an incident case. That incident will go to the IT staff, and the IT staff will prioritize the incident into the queue to be treated by the experts. That's something actually pretty standard, but everything that I mentioned, it's part of the IT governance process. That's something that may correspond to a change management process, to a delivery and support process from your IT staff. And that's a good example of how your accounting department, that probably doesn't have anything to do with technology, needs to understand and talk the same language as your IT department in order to both departments have the same goals.
In this video, you will learn to describe which compliance policies most organizations are required to follow, describe the use of audits in cybersecurity compliance.
Regarding compliance, here's a quick example of a couple of regulations or compliance policies that most of the organizations in the United States or in other parts of the world needs to have or to implement in order to operate in certain countries. So, for example, we have SOX. SOX is a financial compliance or financial regulation program. HIPAA, we already mentioned HIPAA. It's something related to healthcare, how the healthcare or organizations deal with the privacy of data of the patients, for example, how they transmit the data between hospitals, different healthcare organizations, and if, for example, if they transmit the information in a secure way, for example. DLBA is something related to finance, and PCI DSS is related to the management of credit cards, of financial processes. So if you want, for example, to start processing credit cards on your servers because you have a store, an online store, probably you will need to comply with PCI DSS. Normally, a lot of companies that deals with PCI DSS needs to perform, for example, a pentest or vulnerability assessment on regular basis for them to comply with PCI DSS. So here's some just examples for the compliance. And the last part, one of the last parts that are important to understand is the main difference between the process that any organization could perform in order to identify if they are compliant with a certain regulation or a certain framework that they want to implement. One of the things that they need to perform is an audit. Now, an audit could be an internal audit or it could be an external audit. The internal audit obviously is performed by internal departments, by the internal audit department, and that's something normal in most of the organizations. That's a continuing process. That's something that is normally performed during all the year, during all life cycle. But the difference here is normally the internal departments will generate reports, but those reports are necessarily to improve the operation of the organization. The external audits are normally based on requirements. So, for example, if you want to comply with PCI DSS, you will need to hire an external audit company to generate a report and understand in which of the PCI DSS parts you are not compliant. Or if you are complying in all the PCI DSS parts, well, the external company will let you know in the report that you are able or you can go now and apply for a PCI DSS certification or process to be part of or to start dealing with credit cards, for example. Now, here is a methodology you could use in your audit project, for example. But basically, and this process could apply for external and internal audits, but are actually pretty simple, 3 phases. But inside each of the phases, you will have a bunch of steps. And again, this is something standard, so it not necessarily means that the same methodology will be applied or will be valid for all the organization. But this is just the baseline. So on phase 1, you will have to understand the organization view. You will need to understand the organization that you are dealing with. You will need to identify the key players, the key users, for example, of the system in order to start looking for any kind of finding, any kind of incident or issue that you may report in your final audit report. Also, you will need to create a profile. You will need to create a threat profile. For example, if you are auditing a software, you will need to understand, well, this is a web-based software, and one of the threats that this software could have is a cross-site scripting attack. So it doesn't mean that the software that you are auditing right now is prompt to or have an issue regarding cross-site scripting, but that's something that in phase number 2 and phase number 3, you will need to assess and you will need to identify. So again, if you know that you are dealing with a web page or the web software will be prompt to a cross-site scripting attack, on phase number 2, you will need to evaluate, you will need to understand, and you will need to test or probably interview to the creators of the software
and ask if they already perform any kind of, for example, security review on the web system, on the web application, and the results of the review will, for example, have something regarding cross-site scripting. If not, if there is any kind of security assessment, any kind of security review for that web system, probably you will need to create your own test, your own assessment, or you will need to inform on your report that this software doesn't have any kind of security assessment, any kind of security review that will guarantee that it's bulletproof, for example. And the last part is the risk assessment, the risk analysis. That process will translate all your findings in your audit report into a risk. This could be, for example, on the example that we are talking about the cross-site scripting. If you detect that if you detect that the organization is not performing any kind of security assessment, and you don't have any kind of inputs or any kind of evidence that will let you know that, yes, the software is not prompt to cross-site scripting, well, you need to categorize the finding into a risk. Is this a high risk for your organization? Well, if your business depends on that web system, probably it's a high risk, probably it's a critical risk. So you will need to understand, you will need to translate those findings into risk.
In this video, you will learn to describe a penetration testing process, Mile 2 CPTE training, and what is meant by ethical hacking.
Part of this session is the penetration testing process, the penetration testing phases that in the audit, we just understand, for example, that we don't have on the web system, we don't have any assessment yet to understand or to review if the system is prompt to cross-site scripting. Well, on the pen testing side, we will go and we will test the cross-site scripting into the system. We will act like an attacker, like a hacker, and try to exploit the system, try to perform the cross-site scripting and understand what happens. Understand if the system is prompt to cross-site scripting, well, let's simulate, let's attack the system, let's generate a cross-site scripting attack into the system, and let's see what's happened. Let's see if the system, let me send a message to a user, and let me trick the user to go to an external website and try to hack the user computer, try to hack the system. So basically, the penetration testing or the ethical hacking process, this is just a methodology used by Mile 2. It's a vendor that has a lot of cybersecurity certification. But this is just a basic and standard process. So you will need to footprint in your target on the same target that we have, the web application program. We will need to understand, first of all, what kind of system we are dealing with. If this is a web system, we're dealing with a WordPress platform, we're dealing with a customized platform, we're dealing with a HTML5 platform. The scanning process will let us know, or in the pen tester view, will the pen tester will give the pen tester the knowledge to understand if there is any port open. What is the operative system of the web server application? What is the language? What is the database that the web application is reporting to? On the enumeration, we will understand any kind of techniques, any kind of processes that we are going to generate, that we are going to use for test the system. And obviously, we have the exploitation or penetration part. And this means that we are going to perform the attacks. We're going to generate the attacks. If we understand that we're dealing with a WordPress platform, and the WordPress platform is on a server in the internal network, and the same WordPress platform prompts to a SQL injection attack, and we could get the information for the database, well, let's generate the attack. Let's create the attack and see what happened. If the attack was successful, we will have to perform a set of steps. For example, we could elevate the privilege.
We could manipulate the data. We need to cover our tracks. For example, we don't want for the sysad, or we don't want the sysadmin to detect our steps in the system. So probably we will need to cover our track. And we will have to leave a backdoor. For example, if we want to come back later into the system, we don't want to perform any of the previous steps. We just want to go and double click on the link in our desktop and get access to the system. Then we will need to leave a backdoor. Those processes, those steps will understand, or will give us an understand that the system is prompt to attacks. And not just prompt to attack, but the system will have or will deal with attacks in a way that will give the attacker the full control of the system, or will block the attack and will drop all the connections from the attacker computer. So that process, the pentest process, is normally known as an offensive security scan. It's something that you will need to act like an attacker. You will need to act as a hacker and perform attacks into systems. Obviously, you will need to have permission from your client in order to proceed with this kind of test. But on the audit, the important part here is understand that if you will perform an audit, this is not necessarily a pen test, or a pen test is not necessarily an audit. So there is a lot of differences. There is a lot of things that you will keep in mind in order to perform each of both, or each of the processes, each of the techniques that we show you in this session.
In this video, you will learn to describe the OWASP top 10 tests, when and why they are used, and where to get help from outside organizations.
Another methodology, another best practice that most of the web applications needs to follow. Here's the OWASP top 10 process. So if you're dealing with a web page, if you're dealing with a web application, if you're dealing with, actually not necessarily a web application, but if you're dealing with applications at all, you could use the OWASP top 10 and start performing tests on each of the sections that these organization will have on their website. So basically, OWASP, and we will see here a lot of information on OWASP. If you go to Google and put OWASP on the search bar, you will go to the OWASP.org link, and you will get a lot of information regarding this organization that will help you when you are trying to perform a test into your application, into your web application. Actually, there is also a lot of information for mobile applications too. So, for example, if you go to downloads, you will see a lot of categories here. So, for example, let's go to the top 10. That's top 10 project here. Yeah. And you will see that the top 10 for 2017, it's now available. So here you will download the report with all the different information for the top 10 vulnerabilities for the web applications on the last 2-3 years since 2017. So, for example, we have as a number one injection. So if we go to page number 7, here's an example of what is injection. What is the process to get information from the system using SQL injection, for example? What are the attack scenarios? What are the queries that you need to perform in the system in order to know if your system is prompt or is vulnerable to injection? And you have, for example, here broken authentication, sensitive data exposure. You have a lot of things to test, a lot of things to prove. And again, if you go to the main website, you will see a lot of downloads. There is something else known as the checklist. It's a document where you will get a lot of documents, a lot of controls that you will need to implement, you will need to have on your web applications in order to ensure that your system, your web app is fully secure.
Thanks you for watching my video, please. Like and subscribe my channel. Thank you for spending your valuable time with us. Your views and support mean the world to us. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you for being a loyal viewer.
In Module 4, Warren Perez, an SIEM administrator for IBM's Managed Security Services Organization in Costa Rica, will give you an overview of some of the many security tools used in the cybersecurity field. Warren and John will then explain the use of these tools and give some examples. At the end of this module, you will be able to describe the purpose of firewalls, antivirus and anti-malware, cryptography, penetration testing, and digital forensics. You will also be introduced to two key resources, securityintelligence.com and Warren's article, Incident Response and Digital Forensics. Let's get to it.
In this video, you will learn to discuss what firewalls do and what types of attacks they can shield a network from.
So let's start off with security and firewalls. So firewalls, right? They are protection mechanisms that isolate organizations' internal networks from the larger internet, allowing some packets to pass and blocking others. So firewalls, right, generally used in pairs externally for DMZs, separate the internal enterprise that has the application of security policies from the public internet, where www stands for Wild Wild West. There's not a shred of security applied to that. So why would we want to apply firewall, right? Prevention of denial of service attacks. There are two particular attacks, SYN flooding and TCP connections attacks. It keeps things so busy that there's no resources left for a real connection. Additionally, as opposed to this frontal attack of attacks in the denial of service, that an illegal modification or access of internal data. So this is a violation of a security policy. Content can be stolen, right, for data exfiltration, or, for example, organization's homepage could be modified and replaced for something else. So firewalls also allow only authorized access in conjunction with an access control module. We'll talk about that in a little bit, to ensure that only authenticated users and hosts come through. And there's actually two types of firewalls, application level, packet filtering. There's a third called an XML firewall, but it's an XML gateway. We'll talk about that briefly.
In this video, you will learn to describe what packet filtering is and how packet filtering firewalls work.
Packet filtering is one of the fundamental technologies for application and enterprise level firewalls, and fundamentally on a packet by packet decision is made whether to forward or drop the packets based on a couple of parameters. So those parameters that we're going to look at are listed here on slide 6. One of the fundamental ones is the source IP address and the destination IP address. Fundamentally, where is it coming from and where is it going to? And we can make decisions based on those two parameters alone. Also, the transport protocol being used and the destination port numbers can also be a filtering side of that. So TCP and UDP are the two primary transport protocols on the internet. Is basically how IP packets get moved from IP address to IP address. One is a connectionless sort of a broadcast signal, that's UDP, and TCP is more point-to-point. We can also filter on message types, and we can also filter on synchronization and acknowledgement, bits being flipped. Let's take a look at a couple of examples of packet filtering. So in example one, right, that we're going to block incoming and outgoing datagrams, right? Those are the IP blocks, the IP protocols, field 17, and either a source or a destination port of 23. So effectively, in this one, we are blocking all UDP flows and all telnet connection flows at the enterprise edge. These are good security protocols, and this is generally a great application of firewalls to enforce a security policy. The second one, when we block inbound TCP segments with the acknowledge bit set to 0, this is preventing external communicators from making TCP connections with internal clients, but allows internal to communicate to the outside, which is a security policy that says that we trust our inside guys more than we trust our outside guys.
In this video, you will learn to describe application gateways and how these differ from standard packet filtering firewalls. Describe the limitations of application gateways.
Now, at application gateways, so these also are filter packets, but they are on the application data, which is the payload, right, the top level of the OSI stack, as well as these IP transport fields that are in there. So this allows, for example, select users to employ the telnet application right outside. So effectively, to do this, we require all telnet connections to go through a gateway. There's an access control mechanism that says, yes, this is a telnet connection, and then is this user authorized or not authorized? So it is once again, an access control type mechanism that is applied to an application. So there's some limitations right here. One of the things that, as I said, is that these are based on transport protocols. So we can we can masquerade or spoof the IP address. This is done significantly with internet attacks, that the source destination is not, in fact, the true source destination, but it's masqueraded. It appears to be coming from either a customer or a trusted source, when in fact it is anything but. These firewalls that we've been discussing do not have a mechanism to really validate this, but so a significant threat area right there. For application gateways, application fault was, right, this is a one-to-one relationship, so that if you've got a single application like a telnet or in a broadcast UDP, each one of these is going to require its own application gateway. So there's this one-to-one relationship. This gets into a very expensive process. In addition, the client software, the applications, the web browsers, the email tools, the FTP tools, instant messaging, all of them have to be smart, right? So they need to have the protocol predetermined, right, a priori, to know how to communicate with the gateways, whether that's an application or a packet filter. These packet filters frequently are an all or nothing application relative to UDP. There's a security thought that UDP should be largely disengaged because it's broadcast. There's a number of security vulnerabilities that are associated with that. So what is the trade-off, right? The trade-off is open communication with the outside world, no security policies in play at all, as opposed to an increasing level of security. And with the increasing level of security, there's more control on protocols and applications and user access. So that is the trade space that the security engineer needs to operate in. Despite that, right, many highly protected sites, U.S. government sites, still suffer from cyber attacks.
In this video, you will learn to describe what an XML gateway is and why it is used.
What we wanted to talk about today was the XML gateway. So XML, right, is a transport protocol that moves documents, communication artifacts through conventional firewalls without inspection. So why is that done? Well, XML uses port 80 on a firewall. And port 80 is the standard web traffic port that's left open. Otherwise, web browsers fundamentally wouldn't work communicating with the outside world. So a standard firewall cannot differentiate between XML traffic and a communication to an external web server. There's a challenge within that. XML gateways, which are generally installed just inside the first firewall in a DMZ, takes a look at the payload of the XML message for compliance, for security policy compliance. So fundamentally, is the XML message to spec, right? One of the attack profiles is that a protocol is slightly out of specification. There's some vulnerabilities that can be open for that, but with the security policy, we can define exactly how we expect an XML packet to appear. If you're outside of that specification, it's dropped. We can also protect against executable code in the payload. This is a very important element in the security policy, that we want no surprises, nothing unexpected, and certainly executable code when we're expecting a document constitutes a surprise. There are no good surprises in security. We also, with this XML gateway, can ensure that the target IP address makes sense. Is it one of ours? And is it a IP address that's in the correct domain for receiving XML messaging? We can also require that IP addresses are known. That is also a big element on that.
In this video, you will learn to describe the difference between a stateful and a stateless firewall. Describe the trade-offs when moving from a stateless to a stateful firewall.
Okay, so next up, we're going to talk about a little bit about firewalls. Firewalls, as you already probably know, can filter traffic between networks. Depending on the type of firewalls, they handle packets differently. Firewalls can be multi-home as well, meaning they have multiple NICs or network interface connectors connected to different networks. So that's basically, to put it in other words, we have one NIC connected to an internet, and then we have one NIC connected to our local network. They are also different type of firewalls, but we'll go over a few of them, stateless and stateful, which are the most common ones. And we will see there's a lot of ones, the more secure one. So stateless firewalls, as the word says, they have no concept of the state. They can also be called packet filters. They make their decisions based on layer 3 and layer 4 information, meaning IP and port. They lack the sense of the state, and of course they're less secure. As you can see from the image on your left, on the top you see an ICMP echo request and the corresponding ICMP echo reply being accepted by the firewall. But on the bottom, an attacker is just sending echo replies that is not preceded by an echo request. And the packet filter, or the stateless firewall, actually allows that packet through. On a stateful firewalls that we'll see next, that echo reply, if it's not followed by an echo request, it will be denied the firewall. Stateful firewalls, they have state tables that basically allow the firewall to compare current packets with previous packets. This actually makes the firewall a little bit slower, but far more secure than a stateless firewall. Sometimes they're also called application firewalls, and they can make decisions based on layer 7 information, meaning they could also filter information based on the type of website that somebody is visiting. As you can see from the image on your left, ICMP echo request and then the corresponding echo reply being accepted, but when an attacker tries to send an ICMP echo reply, the stateful firewall will go to the state table, detect that echo reply has no corresponding previous echo request, and block that traffic or deny it. There's one more type of firewall that we'll discuss, and they're called proxy firewalls. They basically act as an intermediary server. As you can see from the image below, It sits between two nodes, of course, computer and the server, but it actually terminates the connection once the computer initiates the connection with the bank. As you can see also, it has two three-way handshakes between two devices, meaning computer one will initiate a connection with the server, but the firewall will actually make that connection back to computer one, and then the proxy firewall will initiate another connection with the bank itself. So it will sit between two devices, like a man in the middle, and this will allow the proxy firewall to filter a bunch of traffic and actually analyze it even better.
Thanks you for watching my video. Please like and subscribe my channel. Thank you for spending your valuable time with us. Your views and support mean the world to us. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you for being a loyal viewer.